Live. You guys made it. Yay. Sorry, I took a minute. I bit a part of I'm bleeding on my finger. There's a piece of little skin, like a hangnail. Oh my God. So I guess it was a part of a nail. Yeah, freaking. Oh, the shirt. Look how the shoulders are like down here. I love it though. It's so soft. Anyway, okay. So, let's do this, do this, do this. How many have seen this? Did this happen? On Facebook. It was 3 hours. The post old, but I don't know. Has people been talking about it for a couple of days, or is this kind of a new thing? And I've been watching, like, I watched Dateline. I've been kind of watching the Kohberger stuff. I haven't seen it yet, but I do now. Let me show you guys. So Dateline did if you guys aren't aware, on the Idaho case, they did a special of like last week. It was really good actually because there was new information that was never out yet. So some of the stuff was they have a new surveillance camera or surveillance of the way Elantra like going around multiple times. It was like the neighbor's uh camera. They had the little piece of audio of the whole whimper. They think is Xana crying, which I didn't hear the crying, but a thud and a dog bark. They have that audio they played. They talked about him calling, which they didn't say who he called, but I think they insinuated it was the dad, maybe his dad, or maybe they did say his dad. I don't know where I heard his dad, but he made like, I think a couple calls at 6 in the morning that morning, talked like 30, 40 minutes to somebody. I think one was his dad, I'm pretty sure. How he looked up the bunch of Ted Bundy stuff after, how he was following the Idaho case, which I don't find that weird because he's kind of local. That part it's weird because I think that he's the right guy. So that's creepy. But I don't really find somebody in criminology following a close murder is weird at all. I mean, that's kind of, that would be expected. I'm sure a lot of people were, but he was looking up his own case. It's crazy to think about it because it was him, at least allegedly. He was, his coworker, remember hearing about there was a break-in of his coworker, and at the time she was friends with him, but then now after the fact she thinks it was him. She had her key in the office that she shared with her coworkers, Bryan being one of them. She had the key, disappeared for like a day, reappeared after the break-in. Somebody broke in. They took, if I'm remembering, I think it was a letter and a shoot, I forget. They took two weird things, nothing valuable. They took two things. They put her cake in the microwave. They organized her stuff in the bathroom. They just did weird stuff. So that was another thing. I actually might play. You know what I might do? I'm going to read the new article about the judge, but then I might play the Ashley Banfield video where she explains everything in Dateline, because Dateline will copyright me. They don't even let you try to screen record different parts, because like you try to screen record it, it will not work on their app because they're strict, and I get it. I mean, some of the big places or big companies like that, or TV companies, whatever, it'll come, when you're doing a live and it just like stops in the middle of the live, that's what's going to happen. So I'm not even going to try to stream it. But Ashley Banfield, she plays some of the clips and like the surveillance thing, and I think she plays the audio. So maybe we could watch that if you guys haven't heard about, because I think I'm missing some details about it. Oh, he had random screenshots of college girls, like people that were on their campus and his campus, just random women screenshots in his phone. He had some of them were actually in the same circle as the victims. They like knew the victims, some of the screenshots he had. There's a few other things. That's why I might play that. But remember I showed you the selfies he has on his iPad? I'll show you those too again. There was a couple more that I missed when I was watching the Dateline. You are able to screenshot it. Hold on, let me send them to myself so I could show everybody. But yeah, so pretty interesting stuff. So watch this though. Somebody is in trouble, and I'm nervous. Watch, listen. So that was leaked. I was wondering because I tried to order the files too. I'm like, that's not Where is Dateline getting them? Because that's not available. Everything is sealed right now, and that hasn't came out. Like that. How did they get this information? They weren't supposed to have it, guys. Look at this. Here we go. Watch. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Or hold on, let me share my entire screen. Look at this. This article. So, here, let me make it bigger. Have you guys seen this? What about the judge, though? Put a 1 if you have, and a 2 if not. I'm just curious. Do I usually do thumbs up or a 1 and a 2? Now I forget. Yeah, I do a 1 and a 2. Hi, Vincina. Yeah, put a 1 if you have heard about it and 2 if not. If you heard about this right here, the judge. Okay, look. Why is that blocking that? Oh, well. Okay. Judge in Kohberger case says someone leaked info to Dateline, wants to find out who. Boise, Idaho. The judge presiding over the University of Idaho murder case wants attorneys and investigators on both sides to turn over information that may lead them to discover who leaked information that aired in an NBC Dateline special last week. Judge Stephen Hippler issued 2 orders Thursday relating to the non-dissemination order that has been in place since Bryan Kohberger's arrest. Why did I keep saying she? It's a guy judge. Oh my God. You know what? I kept having Karen Reed's judge in my head when I kept saying she. I think my title's wrong. Did I say Joe? I put judge. Oh my God. If I said she, sorry, this is a guy judge. Anyway, yeah, he issued 2 orders. Okay. And a non-dissemination relating to the non-dissemination order that has been in place since Bryan Kohberger's arrest. Kohberger is accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students on November 22nd. His trial is scheduled to begin in August. Friday, NBC's Dateline focused an hour on the case, reporting information that had not yet been shared publicly. That information, including the fact Bryan Kohberger called his father the morning after the murders, that he searched for information about prominent serial killers and certain types of videos with sex. I think that's a trigger word, so I'm not going to say that. It also includes details of the crime scene that haven't yet been shared. That's another thing I forgot. That's another thing they said. They said their source says that Xana, they have reason to believe whatever the evidence is going to show that Xana actually went up. She heard the commotion up in Kaylee and Maddie's room, or Maddie's room, up in Maddie's room with Kaylee. She went upstairs to go check on it. What? And this is during the murder. Sees Bryan, gets scared. I mean, sees what's going on. Freaking gets scared, runs back down. He chases her down, which they think that's why he left the sheath, because he got kind of interrupted where he probably put the sheath down, did what he did. And he was probably going to get it. But since he got freaking interrupted, he forgot it. So that's why they think he left the sheath there. He went to chase her downstairs. She came down running, I guess. I think they said they insinuated Ethan was sleeping on the bed or something. She came running down. They said his legs, they said he carved up Ethan's legs. They said his legs were carved up. I don't know what kind of evidence would show that she was up there. I mean, I'm trying to think, since there was no blood anywhere. I mean, what would it be that makes them think that Xana went up and interrupted that? And that's what kind of threw his game off, basically. So that was a big revelation too. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Anyway, we will watch Ashley Banfield episode. It's really good. She goes over everything that Dateline does. Okay, so details of crime scene. Yeah, so it also included details of the crime scene that haven't yet been shared. Now Judge Hippler wants someone to answer for that and said he's considering appointing a special prosecutor to look into it. Such violations not only undermine the rule of law, potentially by persons charged with upholding it, but also significantly impede the ability to seat an impartial jury and will likely substantially increase the cost to try this case by extending the time it will take to seat jury and potentially require a lengthy period of juror sequestration. Hippler wrote in 2 court orders filed Thursday. Thursday afternoon, even as a pretrial hearing in the case was ongoing, Hitler issued two orders, one for the defense and one for the state. He's given attorneys 2 weeks to submit to the court a list of all individuals within law enforcement and prosecuting agencies, past or present, who are known to have access to any facts related to the investigation of the defendant, including but not limited to surveillance videos of the suspect vehicle 1, the AT&T records for defendant's cell phone, um, and the content of defendant's cell phone and other electronic devices and social media accounts, including internet search history, photographs, and information associated with defendant's Amazon account, or any information referenced in the above mentioned Dateline episode regarding this case. Attorneys must also submit to the court a written plan to address and prevent the disclosure of unauthorized disclosure of information in the case. Hitler also made clear that anyone involved in the investigation is prohibited. Listen to this. They're prohibited from deleting emails, texts, phone logs, or other communication that could show that they were sharing information with the media or someone outside of the case. So they got to hand over their phones and emails and everything. Can't delete anything. So whoever did it, it's going to show who freaking did it. Unless if they did do if they did actually have a conversation on the phone or in person, that wouldn't show it because they don't have like a transcript of the phone, like what they're saying on the phone. They could just see who they called. But if they texted or emailed, well, somebody would have to because some kind of electronic thing had to take place because they had to share the information. They had to share the audio from the supposedly Xana. They had to share the video, unless if they had it like on a jump drive or something and shared it. I don't know. Somebody's in trouble. So just since I just found out about this when I was live, as I'm doing the thumbnail and getting everything ready and biting my one little hangnail, I was trying to think who would have more of a motivation to share it. I can't figure it out because you wouldn't think the defense would do it because that makes them look bad. They're not going to share anything to the public that makes them look worse. So you wouldn't think it's anybody with his defense. But then you wouldn't think the state would do it either because that's like risking like a lot of trouble, but they would have more motivation to do it because it makes them look worse, to get it out there. Like it does, but would they really risk that? So it might just be somebody that had access to the stuff. Shouldn't have shared it. Maybe it wasn't the intent of the lawyers to have Dateline have it. Maybe it just got out because somebody else had it and then that person shared it, not with any motivation or not anybody like from the actual prosecution team or anybody from the defense team, but somebody like somebody in law enforcement or something. But wow. So isn't that crazy? We're gonna find out who did it. Dang it, that's crazy. Okay, let me find that Ashley Banfield thing, and because that was actually really thorough. Hold on one second. I also want to show you. Hold on. The selfies of Bryan Kohberger that were found on his phone that got leaked because these weren't supposed to be freaking shared either, man. Everything. Hold on, let me find what I do with the other ones. There they are. Okay. Here, let me put it in a file so that I could just bring up the file. Hold on one second. Bryan. Okay, I'll share the selfies real quick and then we'll play the video. Just so I won't have to because she goes through the selfies like really quick, so I won't have to pause it. I'll just show you them real quick. I did show them before on another live, but it wasn't even a live for Kohberger. I don't even remember. I think it was for Karen Reed. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. All right. So here's the ones that I didn't show the first time because I didn't have this one. There was two that I didn't have, but this is one of them. This one. So I don't know. This is November 27th. So I don't know if that means that's when this picture was taken or not. But that's interesting since the murders were November 22nd. I don't know if that's. But these are the creepy ones. Watch. There's one that freaks me out. Not this one. I'll show you. The one that just looks so just like random selfies was this one. I don't know. It freaks me out. Like his eyes look so dark and just the way, I don't know. It gives me chills seeing this picture. I don't know why. I know that's a big thing with this case and the judgment on the way he looks and blah blah blah. But I can't help it. There's some people they give you this feeling when you look at them. I can't help it. I'm just being honest. It gives me the chills when I look at it. And of course it has to do with, thinking and knowing what happened and just, you can't I can't separate that. So I think they got the right guy. So me thinking what he did, I don't know, that together with the picture, I know it has to do with that, but it just makes me feel a certain way. And I don't know if I would have just seen this picture itself, not knowing who he was, if I would have still felt that way. I would say, yeah, I think I would. I feel like it's the picture in general, but since I can't separate it, I don't know if it would. Maybe it wouldn't. But that one too. Hi, DB Bentley. Okay, so let me find this Ashley Banfield one. This video, because I think that's the best one, even though, I haven't watched all of them. Hold on 1 second. What? Hold on a second. Okay. All right, yeah, hold on. I might want to watch this too. This is a new one. Hold on a second.
Joining me now.
Let's watch this first. This is a new one.
Joining me now, DNA on this.
And this says, oh no, it's not. That's not a new one. Why did that say that? Hold on. All right, let me find our other one. Kohberger. And then I could look for something else I was looking for while it's playing. I'll put in, I just want to find that one, Ashley Banfield. Okay. And this will explain all the details. This one right here. Here we go.
Hey.
All right, watch this for a little bit, and I want to see something. There might be another new thing out.
Hey, everyone. I'm Ashley Banfield. This is Drop Dead Serious. And if you thought that you knew everything about Bryan Kohberger and the Idaho student murders, think again. Because the Dateline NBC episode that just aired, the one with Keith Morrison, it is not a rehash. It is not a recap. It is a veritable avalanche of brand new jaw-dropping reporting. And I am going to walk you through all of it. And just FYI, this is not a full recap of the Dateline special, just the brand new details that stood out in the special, starting with something from the summer of 2022. NBC reports that right after Bryan Kohberger left Pennsylvania and moved into his new apartment at Washington State University, he was invited to a pool party by a neighbor. And that sounds normal enough. But according to a woman named Holly, who was also at that party, things got pretty weird pretty fast. According to Dateline, Holly says that Bryan Kohberger seemed awkward at the party. that he didn't seem to know anybody, and she could tell that he was trying to put himself out there. And Holly felt, charitable, obligated to talk to him. And then Kohberger put his cell phone number into her cell phone contact and texted himself from her phone. She later texted back just her name, Holly. At this same pool party, a witness says he saw Kohberger fixated on two women in bikinis. One of them was married and gave her husband one of those nonverbal signals like, rescue me. We all know them, right? The same witness says that Kohberger didn't seem to get the message or ignored it outright, and that he brushed the husband off and sat down at the edge of the pool, even closer to the women. The day after the pool party, July 10th, NBC reports that Holly got a text from Bryan Kohberger. It said, "Hey, I'm pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. I really enjoy that activity, so please let me know. Thanks." Holly told Dateline she thought it was robotic and awkward and strange, and that it was just not the kind of normal language that people would use, and ultimately she just never responded. We also heard about a man who was DJing that same pool party, who said he ran into Bryan Kohberger later on. The DJ was with some friends when he saw Kohberger hiking on the Kaniak Butte, a popular trail about 15 miles outside of Pullman, Washington. The DJ said that this run-in was near nightfall and that Kohberger was hiking uphill in the dark, all alone. The group thought that it was odd, especially that late in the evening. According to Dateline, the DJ said that Kohberger walked right up to his group as though they were old friends, but the group didn't recognize him. Now, jump forward to August 16th, 6 weeks after moving to Washington State University. That's when Bryan Kohberger allegedly went on a Google spree. Dateline says he searched for the words Ted Bundy, but he misspelled it as Ted H7NDY. The letters are very close together, so you can see that it was an effort to say Bundy. And then he allegedly searched for the name of one of his professors and then downloaded a paper that professor had written. And the title of the paper? Ted Bundy on the Malignant Being, an analysis of the justificatory discourse of a serial killer by Amélie Pedneau. Then came August 21st, 5 days after that Bundy search, when Kohberger got a traffic ticket near to 1122 King Road. And 5 days after that, on August 26th, he Googled, "When can a cop detain you?" In September, a Korean woman with whom Kohberger shared an office at WSU, somebody Dateline described as one of the only friends that Bryan Kohberger had, she shared with NBC that she believed someone had broken into her apartment because her stuff was rearranged weird. A cake that she had baked was found in the microwave. Items in her bathroom were lined up in an odd way. And 2 of her things were missing, a watch and a letter. A letter. Not a lot of value for just a old-fashioned burglar to steal a letter. But that was what was gone, a watch and a letter. Later on, this same woman told the police that before that break-in had happened, she'd lost her apartment key. She said she kept the key in a specific drawer in her office, the same office that she shared with Bryan Kohberger. A few hours after she noticed that it was missing, the key mysteriously reappeared. So feeling unsafe after the break-in, Dateline reports that she went to Kohberger's apartment seeking his help. Remember, she thinks they're friendly, close even. And now looking back on things, she wonders if he was the one who broke into her apartment in the first place and did all those very strange things. Dateline also reported that this same woman actually had a romantic interest in Bryan Kohberger, and that when she said something to the effect of, "Hey, I'd like something more with you," Bryan Kohberger apparently got cold feet and began to distance himself. The woman said it was actually upsetting. NBC News reports that on September 30th, Kohberger Googled sociopathic traits in college student. Then, according to NBC, things ramp up again. October 4th, 6:12 a.m., Kohberger is all over social media, searching women at WSU, Washington State University, and the University of Idaho, too. October 5th, 3:29 a.m., more searches of women. October 9th, 2:15 a.m., he Googles explicit terms related to pornography, like forced, passed out, drugged, sleeping. October 19th, 5:37 a.m., another search. Can psychopath behave prosocially? In the Dateline episode, there were a number of new blurry selfies of Bryan Kohberger on his own phone. Keith Morrison said the photos were resized for quality, but otherwise unchanged. Many were of Bryan in black hoodies, sometimes wearing 2 layers of black clothing, different poses, different outfits. He also had screenshots of various Instagram profiles saved as pictures to his phone. The screenshots were photos of young women, blondes, brunettes from both WSU and University of Idaho. According to Dateline, some of the people whose social media was saved onto Kohberger's phone were either close friends or social media followers of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Xana Kernodle. One criminal profiler told Dateline that those images, quote, fueled his fantasies and that ultimately, allegedly, filled his fantasies. And then on the night of the murders, November 13th, Dateline showed never-before-seen surveillance video that captured a white car making multiple passes in front of the house at 1122 King Road, all captured on camera at these times: 3:30 a.m., 3:33 a.m., 3:38 a.m., 3:40 a.m., 3:56 a.m., 3:58 a.m. And then at 4:20 a.m., the white car speeds away. In the footage, you can hear what seems to be the white car's engine revving up. Here's what else is new. At 6:17 a.m., not even 2 full hours after the white car was seen on surveillance, leaving 1122 King Road, Dateline reports that Bryan Kohberger makes a 36-minute phone call to a number on his father's family plan. And apparently every family member had a phone registered to Bryan Kohberger's dad. It was the first of three calls to numbers registered to his dad that morning. And the longest call, that lasted 54 minutes. And then, as we know, at 10:31 a.m., he takes that now infamous selfie in what looks like a bathroom, smiling, seemingly very pleased and seemingly freshly showered. Keith Morrison described that once police were called and arrived at 1122 King Road that morning, they found Xana Kernodle in a massive pool of blood. They found Ethan Chapin, according to NBC, dead in Xana's bed. And then there's what Dateline revealed about the crime scene itself. They say Xana may have heard something upstairs on the 3rd floor and maybe even gone to check on Kaylee and Maddie up there. According to NBC sources, Xana was likely chased back downstairs to the 2nd floor, possibly the moment that Bryan Kohberger, if he's the killer, dropped or left behind that knife sheath. The fight that followed in Xana's room, according to Dateline, was brutal. So brutal that investigators found a blood-stained chair, suggesting that the killer either sat down or brushed against it during the attack. And then As for Ethan, Dateline again with some astounding information. They report that one of Ethan's wounds pierced an artery and that his legs were, quote, carved. Their words, carved. I have to just jump in here for a moment because unless we learn something earth-shattering about the forensics at trial, it is hard to imagine what forensic information could lead any investigator to have a theory that Xana left her room with Ethan, went all the way down her hall, turned right and up the stairs to the third floor, only to come running back down without screaming so loud that at least Dylan would hear because she'd run right past Dylan's door and then down the hall back to her room. There's nothing so far in anything that we've seen in any of the court documents or affidavits or police documents to suggest this forensically could have happened. But Dateline says the source says this is what is possible, that Xana may have run back down to her room and then met this extraordinary, violent death, and that Ethan, his death, was on the bed. And Dateline also aired some chilling audio captured at 4:17 a.m., a faint whimper followed by a loud thud. Presumably, this audio was captured by a neighbor's ring cam or door cam or surveillance camera. And we know.
So real quick, I don't hear the whimper though. I hear a thud. Somebody is going down right there, and that's horrible to hear. And then the dog's barking. Whose dog? Is that shoot, what's their dog's name? What's his name? Isn't it begin with an M? I might have to download this and see if I can. I mean, I don't hear a whimper, but I hear something. Maybe that's what it is. But I'm gonna rewind it and play it again. You hear like somebody falls. Oh, and then the dogs bark, or one dog barks. Let's see. I don't know.
Know that.
Let me rewind it.
Neighbor's ring cam or door cam or surveillance camera. And we know that the neighbor.
I don't hear a whimper though. Remember, they said, and even they describe it as a whimper. Even Dateline, I'm not hearing a whimper. I don't know what I'm hearing. Like some sound, and then I hear like a thud. I do hear the thud, and then the dog after. But I don't know. I'm gonna download it and see if I could clean it up a little bit. But dang it! All right, let me rewind it. Or wait, why am I rewinding it again? Sorry, we'll listen to it. Oh, this even says voices with. I don't know why I did it again. I wasn't going to do it again, but since I already did it, we'll play it through now.
Neighbor's ring cam or door cam or surveillance camera. And we know that the neighbor off to the left of the King Road house, if you're looking out from the house, had such a surveillance system set up. If you see on this overhead view, the red circle is where the King Road house used to stand before it was knocked down, and it faced outward towards Queen Road. To the left of it, you can see 1112 and that little white staircase. That's the view that you're seeing from the Dateline surveillance camera that captures the car. And you can also see that it points out towards King Road, clearly on the opposite side of the house from the home where the 4 students were murdered. It's possible that the same camera that caught the white car driving up King Road and taking a right on Queen Road was the camera that captured the audio clear behind the house next door where those 4 students lived. The audio of the faint whimper, the loud thud, and the dog barking. And then Maddie and Kaylee were found together, as has been reported before, stabbed to death in the same bed on the 3rd floor. 3 days later, November 16th, 9:16 a.m., Bryan Kohberger Googles University of Idaho murders. That same day, police held their first press conference. And then 2 days later, November 18th, 12:16 a.m., Dateline reports that Bryan Kohberger was watching a specific video on YouTube. The thumbnail of that video says, "The Perfect Killing Machine, Ted Bundy, Serial Killer, Unsolved No More." Dateline says for 6 weeks between the murder and his arrest, Kohberger watched even more YouTube videos about the murders on King Road, almost appearing as though he was collecting coverage. And here's where things really made my skin crawl. Welcome back. The eyes of the nation are on the Idaho quadruple murders.
And over the next 6 weeks, records show, photos and videos and news updates about the King Road murders were viewed or saved.
Apparently, my own coverage of this case made a cameo appearance. I'm not sure if Dateline is saying absolutely that one of the files that Bryan Kohberger was watching was me and my coverage, but I have often wondered, as we're on the lookout for a killer who is unknown until he or she is known, is that killer watching television to try to stay one step ahead? Is that killer watching television because they obsess over their own handiwork? But God forbid the thought that Bryan Kohberger might have been watching my work on an even semi-regular basis before his capture. It makes me terrified. It makes me terrified because if he is the killer, what else would he have fantasized about? Who else would he have fantasized about? And then Dateline showed a collage of several YouTube videos from my network, News Nation, and the Law and Crime Network, and a number of other true crime channels on YouTube. NBC never said how many videos Bryan Kohberger reportedly watched, but what they showed on the screen looked like someone flipping through a deck of cards, except if the cards were all different videos about the murders on King Road. You will probably remember in the early hours of December 30th, police raided the Kohberger home. And then new information, again from NBC, at 11:53 p.m. on December 29th, just hours before his arrest, he listened apparently to a slowed down version of a Britney Spears song. The lyrics saying, quote, "He is a killer just for fun, fun, fun. He's got no conscience. He's got none, none, none."
He is a killer just for fun, fun, fun. He's got no conscience. He got none, none, none.
When he was arrested, he was wearing a black hoodie, rubber gloves, and handling a plastic bag in the middle of the night. My colleague at News Nation, Bryan Enton, was the first and only person on the scene before the sun came up, literally within hours of all of this happening. And he showed us the smashed glass and the broken front door where the SWAT team had to force their way into the family home. Freelance writer Howard Bloom reported Kohberger's parents were zip-tied. And once Bryan himself was in the back of the police patrol car, he allegedly told the officer, quote, "Maybe we should get a cup of coffee after it's over." That according to NBC. If you have not yet seen this Dateline special report, run, don't walk, and make sure you watch it. Keith Morrison lays everything out, and the case just keeps getting darker. If this is just the beginning of the evidence that prosecutors are sitting on, my God, buckle up. Love to know what you thought of Dateline's special tonight and what you thought of this episode as well. Please drop a line in the comments on YouTube or leave us a review on Apple. It really does help out and it brings the community together.
Yes, Steve Gonsalves. Okay. Sorry, sometimes I don't think in like initials, which one is that? But yes, I know who that is. Man, maybe would he have at Like, I could see them showing the family stuff, maybe showing him the surveillance, but would they actually give him a copy of, like, that surveillance in the audio? I'm not sure they would, though, would they? Because it was somebody who had that. Um, like I said, I could see them telling the family stuff, but to give them the stuff, I don't know, maybe. I mean, here's the thing. If oh, that's a good point, Cuff you. That they may have deleted that Dateline. They may have made them. There might have been a court order to take it down. I don't know. No, I can't. They will. It's one of those things. If I try to live stream it, it would get taken down in the middle of the live streaming. It's all copyrighted. You can't even screen record it or not. I'm not. I don't want to waste my like good live because then it'll just take down the live. Um, but no, she did an excellent job because I watched it. She did an excellent job pointing out everything that was in it. I mean, she did. She pointed out all the big thing, the new stuff. So, yeah, it's not on YouTube. You have to get the app to watch it too. Um, okay, good, Kim. Yeah. Keith has a famous voice, dude. His voice is money. Like his voice is the money maker. He's got that voice that like I instantly you get that feeling. I associate it with murder. I know that's bad, but like when I hear his voice, I think of well, it's Dateline, but it's like all like anything I would watch with him, it would be murder cases. So just I think he probably does just cover mostly this kind of stuff, right? So like when I hear his voice, I think, ooh, like he's got a good voice though. Yeah, you have to if you download NBC, if you guys want to watch it, download the NBC app and then you could watch it. But I don't know. Let me see if the court made him take it down. So I didn't realize. I wish I would have realized. I need to stay on top of this case too, since the trial's coming up. I need to stay on top of it where I know when the hearings are coming up, and then I could live stream it because I have the link to where the court live streams all the hearings. I just have to know so I know when they're live. Because if you don't catch it live, they take it down at right after the live. So I know when they're live, I can live stream them. So if anybody, and I actually have the site with all the documents too, which if I stay on top of it, I could probably see when the next court hearing is. But for some reason, there's one coming up, and I'm just let me email me so I forget I remember. Do you guys want to watch parts of the hearing from today? There was a hearing today, and all the new documents just talk about. I went through, I skimmed through the new ones that came out the last 3 days. They're all, and that did just come out today. The stuff about what the judge is doing and saying it was a leak that just happened today. Okay, so you guys want to watch a part of the hearing though? Because there's some, oh shoot, I just had it up and I just had it all ready and I accidentally hit the X. Oh, but there's a few news channels that actually have it uploaded, but now I gotta go find it. Here it is. Okay, good. It did save it for my history. Okay, so here it is. This is from today. If you guys want to watch some of it, let's see what it's all about. It's probably about this. Yes, saying that one. Do you understand? Because I grew up with that. That one used to scare the crap out of me. I liked watching that show, kind of, not really if I was with my family, but I couldn't watch it at night. I couldn't watch it like before bed. I mean, it freaked me out. I couldn't watch it alone, but I couldn't even, for sure, not alone. But I still couldn't even really want to watch it at night. When I was younger, I mean, that voice, just hearing that voice, I would when I was younger, getting freaked out, but it's like ingrained in my head. So it's just like, yes, I know what you're talking about. Oh my God, unsolved mysteries. It gave me too, Kelly. Serious nightmares, like seriously. It's like, no, like even if I remember there'd be times that it would just play like you're going through the channels or something and to play it really quick. And I used to get so mad if you just like stopped on it for a minute, be like, no, change it. Because like I'm talking about like at night when I was younger, I would get like, oh, change it, because then it would be like, oh, and then I get freaked out. I used to freak me out that much. Yeah. But yeah, if you guys haven't Okay, so let's watch a part of this hearing, guys. Let's see. We'll skip through it kind of. I want to see what it's all about. I'm sure I'm not going to watch the 4 hours. I'm sure a lot of it is this stuff, but let's see. Let's see here. I'll probably watch it all tonight after my lives because I love this stuff. I love court stuff, like when it's cases that I'm into and cases I like. There's not much we know about and we want to know more. I mean, we know a lot, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm gonna see when the next hearing is, and I'll live stream it. We can watch it together. I even saved the link in my head. I was like, cool. I'm gonna freaking live stream it when they come on, and I just missed the boat on this one. Well, I've been watching the hearing.
Cover today specific motions to cover today, other than I think the ones previously.
Is that Lauren from Hidden True Crime? That looks like Lauren. I love her. She's awesome. I think that is her. It looks like her. But I wonder if all media had to sit on the defensive side, because I was wondering, like, this is, behind the state. I wonder if everybody just had to sit behind.
Submitted by defense related to questioning of the jury. As I indicated, I don't intend to discuss in the public forum what specific questions would be asked of potential jurors, because I think that inhibits the ability to get frank and unprepared answers from potential jurors. And so we may have to cover part of that in a session at the end of the day. I think we could talk about it generally without discussing the specifics, but if we need to go there, that's what we will do.
I have it on 1.5 speed. Hopefully it'll be okay, so we can kind of speed through some of this. And if it's, he talks slow enough. I personally would probably have it on. I almost have, when I watch Karen, sometimes I'll have it on 3 times, because now YouTube has that new thing. It goes up fast. It used to only go to 2 times speed, but this past year you could go, it's that little thing where you could move it, and I think it goes up to 4 times. What does it go up to? Wait. Well, now it's making me out to a liar. On my phone, it goes up to like 4 or more. You can move it. Why is it not doing it for this? I swear, maybe it's just for phones? Oh, well. Okay, so when the stuff is interesting, I'll put it on slower, but I'm going to put it on 2 until we see what's going on. Okay.
Apart from that issue, as what I intend to do is kind of break down the trial process through stages. And as you have issues or questions about whether how to handle something or how the court handles something, that's your opportunity to ask as it relates to that phase of the case. And we'll just sort of proceed in that fashion. So starting with some general issues, I just wanted, and a lot of this is unfortunately going to sound like me simply lecturing about what I want and don't want. And that certainly is a large part of it, because if you know what I expect, I think it makes your job easier. And so I particularly where I can't recall whether Ms. Massoff has had any trials with me or not, but I know she's been in front of me a few times, but the rest of you have not. And so it's, I think, important that you get that information straight from me rather than from the sources that you may get from asking around. So to start with, I'm not a fan of surprises, as you may have figured out by now. I want to know in advance, as far as possible, when there are issues that need to be addressed. That includes evidentiary issues. So if you know that you're going to object to some line of evidence, or you anticipate that there's going to be objections to a line of evidence, I don't want to wait until that is offered in the middle of trial. For a couple of reasons. One, I don't have the opportunity to look at the issue to the degree that I would want to in order to give you the best ruling that I can. And 2, it doesn't give you the opportunity to make the best case for me that you can for either excluding or overruling any objection. And perhaps even more important than all of that, from my perspective, is in what is already going to be an quite lengthy trial, it just extends it. And
almost like fast forward some of this
for the,
at least for the live,
doing nothing while we're in here doing something.
Because I know some people might not want to.
That helps, as I will explain to you the trial.
See, true crime. Hey, girl.
Also to work on instruction related to the use of the terms.
Months.
I decided to correct somebody about the use of that term. As I said, with respect to the professionals in the DNA community itself, I'm not going to prohibit it in the sense that I'm going to sustain an objection. What I would likely do is to clarify with the jury, if the parties want me to, about that being simply a convenient title and not meaning to imply an actual source of or method of the DNA being present. And so if you haven't worked on that, please do so to get me an instruction you both can live with. Otherwise, I'll end up drafting one myself, and perhaps neither of you want to live with it. So with respect to the model, I think referred to as the dollhouse by Mr. Thompson, has that been produced for the defense to inspect?
has, Your Honor. It's actually here in this courthouse, has been for a few weeks, and Mr. Hurwitz facilitated the defense viewing it yesterday.
Okay.
It's available for the court's inspection well if the court would like to look
The
at it.
house.
And just for the record, to the extent that the model was characterized as a dollhouse, I think that was an inappropriate characterization, is an inappropriate characterization. If I'm responsible for it, I assume responsibility, but that's simply not an appropriate way for it to be described given what occurred there and the victims.
I think a better term is simply a model, rough model, given that it is admittedly not to scale precisely. So, Ms. Taylor, any record about that? You had a chance to look at it?
We did. We were able to bring 2 experts in for our request yesterday, and we appreciated being accommodated while we were here. We do have a remaining question about where the model house will be stored during the course of trial.
Where are you storing it, on the 3rd floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it sounds like it's stored with the evidence of all of the prosecutors down there. And so I suppose if she needs to get access, or our experts do, we can arrange for that as well.
I should have asked a better question, Your Honor. When it's brought in
Oh, I
as
see.
a demonstrative aid, I am curious about when it's not being used by the prosecutor or the defense and a witness, where it will sit in the courtroom.
I will find some place not in the courtroom, because I don't want it in the courtroom when it's not being used, but nearby in the event that a witness does wish to use it.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I could fast forward this. Hold on.
Menu, but I appreciate getting that. There's some questions I had about it generally, and then some more homework to do on it. In terms of the witnesses, I had asked,
Right,
I
Casey?
think my law clerk reached out to make sure that we get a description of those witnesses, kind of like if they're, who they work for or where they're from, something that will allow me to categorize those on a juror questionnaire, so that they don't just get a list of 300 names, but can say, all right, these are witnesses, put in context those names, which will be result in a more accurate review by them of those. Done that, please get that. We were still fishing that. All right. Perpetrators, that will be sealed per request, I'm assuming per stipulation.
Does anybody, since I have a little rusty on the case, I haven't been following it like intently as I was when it first happened in Idaho, which I am. Come closer to trial, I'm going to get real into it. But I want to start now actually following all the trial. But my point is, what I'm trying to say is, people that have been following this case really intently this whole time, who do you have an idea who they're going to say is the other perpetrator, or who the defense is going to say as the alternate perpetrator, or however you want to say it? They said they got a tip, and they have an alternate person. Like, is there like any hint of who they're going to say it is? They say that like the state might have screwed up by not getting that DNA tested. So not actually being on top of any other person that they may bring up. So now the defense, if they found out something and they got it tested and they have some kind of alternate theory and the state's not like on top of it because they didn't do it, like that's going to hurt them. I wish they would have. And I wish they would have investigated it. So then they could have either cleared the person or not, but then they could show the jury, listen, we went through that. We cleared this person because this, or that. Or, hey, maybe they would have found out that this person was involved too or something, I don't know why they didn't do that, man. That makes me mad.
I want some additional information. What I'd like is by the 23rd, if possible, for the defense to do 2 things. One, provide me with whatever actual evidence you have that supports those allegations, rather than just allegations. And 2, provide for me how it is you believe that what you are offering is admissible, because it seemed to me much of what you had put in there was fairly potentially fairly objectionable in terms of admissibility. So I would like to see that. And then I would have the state respond by the 6th, which is 2 weeks. And then I would propose a hearing on the 18th.
I was on mute. Oh my God. What I was saying is that's what they're talking about right now about the perpetrator. And he just said, if you heard the defense, whatever they presented so far, they said was the judge is like, it's like, he said it's what objectionable as far as admissibility, which means it might not be admissible, but he wants more stuff presented about that. So what I was saying is I wonder if they'll be able to get that stuff in and admitted, but I do think they will because I think they'll be able to get it in because I mean the judge don't want no appeal or anything. So why are you leaving? Why are you leaving, Cuff you? Hi, Aaron. Why are you leaving?
Your Honor, on June 18th, Ms. Massoff has a conflict in the morning, but we could do an afternoon hearing on that day.
Can we do the 20th?
Oh, here we go.
19th is a holiday. And
What-
the court is closed.
We're gonna watch it together. Well, let me write it down.
I'm just not sure whether it can be done in a half a day or in the afternoon or not, depending on where we're at. That's my concern.
20th, April, May.
Your Honor, for me personally, the 20th
Okay.
is a little bit of an issue for personal reasons. If we could do
Planner.
that date.
I never used it. I'm gonna use it.
Well, let's, can we start by like, noon on the 18th?
18th, noon.
Or one, I'm in federal court.
Let's do 12:30.
12:30.
Are you handling those issues?
Alternate perpetrator, I'm, yes, very involved.
I said it right, alternate
Do 12:30
perpetrator.
On the 18th.
Okay, I'll be live streaming that, guys. Come watch it. About the alternate perpetrator. This is all pre-trial stuff. That'll be interesting. Kohberger hearing. Yay. I'm kind of excited. Now I have it written down. Alternate.
All right, next I want to go to juror questionnaire discussion. Before I do that, this was that was, as I said, sort of a catch-all category. So
Cool. I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to
ask
use
you a few
this.
questions now because I suspect it
I
will fit into,
plan.
if you do a more specific
My mom
category,
did.
we can address it at that point. But if you have a question or concern about anything we've talked about thus far, now's your chance.
Please, Your Honor.
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, juror questionnaires.
Melanie! Why did that just stop? I was like, did I do something too loud? Melanie, where have you been? It's nice to see you. Wow, how are you? Wow, I feel like there's been a few people that haven't been here forever that are coming back. Yay! You doing good? I missed y'all. We all missed you. Hey, Brianna. I think, yeah, they must have stopped it. Oh, it's lagging here.
Those will immediately be scanned and then provided
Oh,
to
what will
counsel
be
on share.
scanned?
No,
I think they're going to talk about the
Process.
Dateline thing. That's why I kind of wanted to watch it. I know I have that Wade thing, but I'm trying to like see when they're going to say it now. I don't know. I'll try. I guess I could skip through some stuff.
will be
but-
such that as we bring groups in to fill those out, those will immediately be scanned and then provided to counsel on a shared drive. And so I guess I wanted to get your feedback on whether I suspect this is a all for one or not proposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is we have both agreed that there's no need for counsel from either side to be present during that stage. We'll focus on the tasks at hand.
Okay, very well. Is that accord, Ms. Taylor?
Please, Your Honor.
Very well. So as I indicated, you'll be given access via shared drive. You can do two things. One, you could save those over to a copy over to a drive in which you can make edits, or you can print and make hand edits, or you can just keep track by notebook and juror number. If you want to do the printed version, you'll need to bring your own printer and supplies in order to print those off from your war rooms. The plan will be to take the universe of jurors who are summoned and then scramble them randomly and assign them what we call a scramble number, 1 through 10,000. And then we will bring them in to fill out the questionnaires beginning with 1. so that the questionnaires that you receive first will be the jurors most likely to be in the line of fire, so to speak. But, because once we have enough jurors, we'll stop. So that's the plan. Anybody have any concern with that?
No concerns, thank you.
Technically, under the rules, you are entitled to watch the scramble process, which literally involves the jury commissioner hitting a button. I don't know if any of you want to be there for that.
So thank you.
Wait, the scrambling process?
To waive our presence tonight, Your Honor.
Very well. I'm sure you're aware, pursuant to Criminal Rule 23, those are extraordinary.
Shoot,
I do
sorry.
want to stress the security and confidentiality of the juror questionnaires. As I'm sure you're aware, pursuant to Criminal Rule 23, those are extraordinary confidential. The copies that you receive will be, we'll maintain a copy, obviously,
Hey,
for
Thistle.
appellate purposes. The copies you receive will be
How are
returned.
you? Haven't
And,
seen you in a while either.
The defendants, they're supposed to be essentially attorney's eyes only. I'm fine if you both agree to allow an investigator to see, so that they can be doing, whatever online investigation they feel appropriate as you go along. Doing that, in terms of the defendant, his access has to be with attorneys present. In other words, he can't have a copy or whatever to go back with him when he's not with you.
That makes sense, but I have one question for the court. In addition to our investigators, we have 3 that are working on the case. We would request our paralegals be allowed to assist us. Just with the magnitude of the task, we'd like to have the assistance of our paralegals in organizing and reviewing.
And likewise, Judge, we would hope to use our administrative assistants in the process, and they are part of our staff.
Sure, and by court and bar rules, you're responsible for their conduct, and so you'll need to make sure they understand the confidentiality of those questionnaires, and it's really your ticket on the line for their behavior. So that's fine. But I do want to stress that confidentiality, because it is part of what I'm giving the jurors on the instructions, is letting them know that there's a very limited number of eyes that will review this, and that the public never will. So.
Oh, it looks like I'm going through the documents, guys. It looks like they had, so that May 15th, they had a sealed hearing too. So it looks like they had a hearing that was for the public and a hearing that was sealed, I'm thinking. That's what it sounds like by the documents. So I think they discussed the Dateline stuff on the sealed hearing. That's what it sounds like. Says the purpose of this order is to explain the reason for the sealed hearing this morning, May 15th, 2025, held to inform the parties about the orders to maintain records that the court entered today, which the stuff that the court entered today was about the Dateline stuff. And then it says, and to determine whether a sealed hearing was needed at the end of the day, at the end of today's open hearing, to discuss jury selection questions. So they had a sealed, okay, yeah, I bet. Huh, interesting. All right, let me see. I won't watch it all. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to
The
see
plan
what.
will be to try to process the first questionnaires. As I said, you'll get them each day and go through them. After 3 or 4 days, we will start to have hearings. Those will be sealed hearings because we'll be going over the questionnaires in detail.
Oh, but that's
in
the
which,
question.
you folks
Sounds like that
identify the
too.
concerns you have with the questionnaire answers, specifically whether there's a motion or agreement to strike a particular juror before we ever have to bring them in based upon the questionnaire answer. Right? And the idea is to dismiss those who are unlikely to be put on the jury because of either perceived bias, knowledge of the case, or hardship. And so, I think it helps everybody if we are trying to agree to that as much as possible. It's the reason that we are summoning as many people that we are, is so that we can really cut through the chaff and get to the wheat. Any questions about the juror questionnaire process? Traditionally, the way, as you know, Verdire works, we could be actively questioning the jurors.
I'm gonna try to skip through the
Um,
juror stuff and see what if
30
they
minutes
talk about
aside
anything
of
else.
This is anybody affiliated with the case. And so they need to be instructed as to that. So how the TCA, I would like to know, for example, we're not going to use 3 of the seats on Tuesday. But I want to make sure we use that time efficiently. With, in addition to giving the list of witnesses you're going to call, you need to provide a list of exhibits you intend to introduce with that witness, short of obviously impeachment, so that the other side can look at those. That doesn't include exhibits that you would put in as part of redirect examination. Excuse me, the Rule 615 requirements and the fact that they're going to have to sign an affidavit subject to the penalty.
intent, with the court's permission, to call them at different times instead of trying to figure out how to call them once and have them talk about what's going on at this stage of the case and then what may be happening next week with the case. Is that acceptable to the court?
Well, let's start with whether it's acceptable with Ms. Taylor.
Your Honor, I don't know that I have a strong objection or really any business in telling the state how to put on their case. That feels really cumbersome to me. I was hoping for leeway the other way when we would call a witness ourselves, but they're a state's witness. I'd hope to have a little leeway to do all of my examination so they didn't have to come back. I would otherwise defer to the court.
Certainly, if you're somebody's on your witness list, if you want to go beyond the scope of direct as part of effectively your case in chief in advance, I don't have a problem with that. And so if it's going to say bringing another witness back, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem if it doesn't get too cumbersome. If we're having a law enforcement talk about a broad area of one phase of the investigation at a time, that's probably okay. But, having them come up and narrate between every other witness is probably too much. Then the question becomes is how do we handle cross-examination? And basically I will defer to the defense on that or the other side on that to the extent that we allow it, which is, do you want to cross-examine about the information they just presented now? Or do you want to wait until their last presentation and cross-examine about everything? And so that'll be up to you.
Your Honor, with that said, then I guess I'd request that the state let us know when they call a law enforcement that's for a limited purpose right now, but is coming back for another purpose.
Yeah, they need to let me know that as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you don't let them know that, and well, either way, it's your responsibility to ensure that they're back at some point available to the defense so that they can cross-examine, even if you decide, oh, I don't need them anymore. You better not send them on an airplane somewhere where they're unattainable, because the remedy may be to strike all of their testimony as a starting point.
We would anticipate asking court and counsel if this witness may be excused if we're finished with them, and then I would give Ms. Taylor or other counsel an opportunity to let us know whether they still need that person.
Okay. Likewise, when you look at each other's witness lists, talk with each other and then write it, get it in writing so we have it as to whether or not, for example, Ms. Taylor will need subpoenas to witnesses you have on your list that they want to also call, or if.
On me, hold on. This is what I was talking about of what they just talked about in the hearing. Look, I just saw an article on it. So they do have to name him. Remember I was saying like it was what he said. So I was hearing it right. Look at this. So this says, hold on, let me make it bigger. Okay. It says, the title was Bryan Kohberger's lawyers set to name alternate suspect who they believe really committed Idaho murders. Here, I'll make this a little bit bigger. Like if you guys are able to read along if you want. Okay. So it says, Bryan Kohberger's lawyers are trying to save his life by pinning the grisly slayings of 4 University of Idaho students in 2022 on someone else, a judge revealed Thursday. Kohberger's attorneys have already informed the judge that they believe someone else is responsible for the pre-dawn stabbings at a student house in Moscow, Idaho. The alternative perpetrator theory, Judge Stephen Hippler revealed. Now the judge is telling lawyers to name the suspect and offer up any actual evidence they have against him. He said what defense attorneys have offered so far was fairly objectionable in terms of admissibility. I quoted it exactly, but he did. We just heard him say that. Hippler said that he had sealed the docs pending his decision on whether the evidence can be presented to jurors at Kohberger's trial in August. Kohberger faces the possibility of death by firing squad if he's convicted of the killings. Kohberger's attorneys have till May 23rd to come up with the evidence and hearing. No, they said May 18th. I thought, wait, what was the date? I thought he said that was when they were going to go over that, the 18th. I think they misquoted it because at first they were trying to go over dates and he said something about May 23rd and then they couldn't do it. I think they said that. I think they got that wrong. See, I wrote it down. Where is it? Oh my God, if I could find my freaking May 18th, yeah. Because remember May 23rd, they had something because it was Memorial Day weekend, maybe, remember? So yeah, I think they got that wrong. They said no. Remember, they were talking about, they're like, no, we could do the 18th if it's out, because they were trying to 18th early, but they couldn't do it. And then they mentioned another day, but they said no. And then he said, well, we could do 18th if it's in the afternoon. And he gave the time. Anyway, yeah. He's accused of sneaking into a student house, fatally stabbing Xana, Madison, Kaylee, and Ethan. Only 2 housemates survived. They saw a man in a black mask, bushy eyebrows, sleeping through back door. A man prosecutors say was Kohberger. Okay. Latah County prosecutors have constructed a 3D diorama of the murder house to help jurors get a sense of what happened. Attorney Bill Thompson confirmed at Thursday's hearing. The model is a recreation of the 6-bedroom home, which Thompson described as unusual at best. Prosecutors will use it to map the locations of the survivors and victims and show Kohberger's alleged path of carnage. He admitted the word dollhouse was inappropriate. Yep. And then they focused on trying to keep existing evidence against him out of the courtroom. They have filed motions to suppress most of the evidence the prosecution plans to present, including DNA found on a bloody knife sheath, at the crime scene. And what appears to be Kohberger's car circling the student's house the night before the killings. They also asked the judge to ban the words murder weapon, psychopath, and bushy eyebrows, claiming that would prejudice the jury. Wait, he didn't say that they couldn't. I know he said psychopath. Wait, how did he say that? Psychopath, he said he made some kind of ruling. They couldn't use the word, right? And then murderer, they couldn't call him a murderer or something. Forget now exactly what he said, but I don't think he didn't agree with the bushy eyebrows, right? I don't think he said that they couldn't say that. I think he let that in. I know they asked for that. I know that's just saying that they asked for, but I'm trying to think of how he rolled and if he rolled on those yet. Wait, what? Jim said no check. I found a note under his plate saying, what? That's one of those things that gets you. You click on it and you can't get the freaking answer. Nope, I'm not falling for you today, buddy. Okay, let's see here. What else? I kind of want to see what else goes on here. Hold on. I'm going to.
The other way around, you need subpoenas for their witnesses or whether they will essentially agree to make them available. Anything else with respect to witnesses before I move to exhibits? Okay. All right. So I did require a meet and confer for you to go over exhibits, and I got those, and I appreciate the start that you have on those. There are a number of exhibits where appears to be, I can't tell. So for example, there's an objection to, for example, relevance or hearsay. Part of what I wanted to know, though, to start is, regardless of whether it's ultimately admissible for those reasons, is there an objection to authenticity? In other words, I want to make the trial go as quickly as possible, avoid the need to put on a bunch of witnesses simply to say, this is what this is, and they don't really have any substantive discussion about it. They're just authenticating a document that, if we were to be honest, there's no dispute that it is what it is. And so I may have you go back and look at that and add another column to the list, which is objections to authenticity. Now, some of the stuff, key actual evidence items, whether that's DNA or whatever it might be. Obviously, the defense is entitled to put the state to its burden with respect to chain of custody and all that. So I don't expect that. But on some of the other stuff, certainly to the extent that we can agree that if there's no good faith basis to contest the author. I know the state had to withdraw its request to have certain documents self-authenticated to go back and do more work. Where are we at on that?
Ms. Jennings can speak to that, Your Honor.
Idaho murder.
I believe that we've submitted all of the certificates of authentication for all the exhibits we plan to introduce that way.
Okay. And you submitted those to the defense to review? And Ms. Taylor, are you going to respond to those?
Your Honor, we did. We met with the state last week, I believe, or the week before, and we discussed some of those records. There were some issues with them. Ms. Jennings provided me with a thumb drive, and I don't know if those have corrections on them, but I'll continue to let the state know what we think, if we continue with an objection or if we're satisfied that the rule's been met.
Okay. If you could get with each other and then provide me I didn't study the exhibits that I got a day or two ago with a spreadsheet that closely, but make sure I'm aware specifically of which exhibits there is no objection to the self-authenticating or otherwise not objection to authenticity. Doesn't sound like we're going to need a hearing on that, at least for the time being, though.
Not that I'm aware of now, but certainly we'll keep our eye on it. I can alert the court, and if we can squeeze it into June 18th, that's possible. Maybe we
Sure.
can start that at noon.
Okay. State that my people. So the methods of displaying evidence to the jury, generally there's 3 ways to do that. One is by putting it on the Elmo and projecting the physical document, whether it's a writing or something else. The other is if it's a writing or something else, using litigation software of some kind to project it through the computer. And the third is passing it through the jury. That last one is the one I want to avoid as much as possible because that just takes too much time. So try to use the other 2 approaches as much as possible. Now, there are going to be some physical objects that it may be important for the jury to see, and I get that. But in general, photographs, things that are in go over Exhibit 6 with and then we go from there. The whole thing back if there's only a small part of it that's relevant. In vain, if you have a voluminous exhibit and there are, say, 5 or 6 pages from it that are important, what I might suggest is the exhibit be, go with 47 exhibits, and the defense is just using numbers. Is that accurate?
It is.
Also submitted the court. Okay. I think my staff explained to you that in terms of submitting exhibits to the court in advance, if you would provide 2 copies of the exhibits in notebooks, so 1 copy in one set of notebooks and 1 copy in the other set of notebooks, and try not to make the notebooks bigger than about 1.5 inches each, at least on the copy you give to me, because it's just too unwieldy to use a 6-inch binder up here, or if I need to take it home and read it overnight to do that. So try to keep it to about 1.5 inches per. And then for the actual exhibits that are going to be admitted, provide those first day of trial or whatever to the clerk in each exhibit in a manila folder with the exhibit number marked on the outside of the folder on the tab with a sticker attached inside the exhibit, so that she'll have a box of the proposed exhibits, the originals, and you can ask for exhibit X or whatever and she'll hand it to you to use. At least for the document exhibits and photograph exhibits. Physical object exhibits, work with the marshals on getting them in the courthouse. So for example, if it's something that's going to raise alarms at the security line, such as, I don't know, a knife, make sure you've got the aid of security in advance to get through that. The TCA can direct you to the marshal service and who to talk to there. We tend to use for dangerous items like guns and knives, a display box that the item would then be locked in to display to the jury. And so that can go to the jury without fear of an accident happening. I don't think there are any guns in this case, so I'm not as worried about that in terms of those being pointed at anyone by accident. But in terms of the knife, will probably be in a display case.
Wait, what knife? They don't have a knife, right? Do you think they maybe got a replica knife to actually show the jury the weapon that they believe that was used? I wonder. They probably would, huh, to show it, I bet, because they know what kind they think, came from the sheath, that it was that one. Right? Let's see if I missed something. I'll say.
We're going to be using illustrative exhibits. Give counsel notice of that as reasonably far in advance as possible for them to have a chance to look at those. I'm going to leave that to the state to figure out where it's going to be stored and how it's going to be stored. Here, provide color photographs so that we can have those in the record. At the end of the trial, we will likely give back physical objects to law enforcement to maintain. Depending on what it is, we'll see, and depending on what the outcome of the case is. But it's nice to have those color copies available for the record. Triple check all of your exhibits, particularly documents, audio, and video, to ensure that there's nothing on there that is not supposed to be on there. Give audio and video to counsel far enough in advance they have the opportunity to determine whether they have an objection to anything in there, and you have the opportunity to either make redactions in accordance with the objection or to get a ruling from me about those redactions. What I don't want is the jury to be sitting in the back room while you all are making redactions at the last minute during the middle of trial.
So I'm looking to see if there's anything else I could find on the case that's came out real quick.
All right, for closings, kind of the same idea. I'll ask in advance for a time estimate, and then if it's reasonable, agree to it, but then hold you to it. A little bit more liberal, obviously on closing than an opening. If you're going to display things in closing, kind of the same light rule goes, which is lights on or lights off, so you'll have to choose. You can move about the well, but don't get in the juror's personal space.
Wait a minute.
The state, when it gives me a time, I will keep track of that, and then for rebuttal, it'll be whatever you didn't use. So when you're giving me estimates, include your rebuttal in that.
What the heck? So I didn't get those. This just says, how do they get the files before they're out on the site? I'm confused. I want to watch this real quick. This is News Nation. I just went through the new files and there wasn't anything really interesting. They talked about like court etiquette or whatever, and then the new stuff, and then just like really general stuff. But look, let's see. I haven't watched this, but let's see what this says here. It's because the title, it says, and this is from an hour ago, it says Kohberger's defense files document pointing finger at alternative perpetrators. Wait, they might, you know what they're probably going to do is probably just going to talk about how they filed a new thing because they talked about it at the hearing. He did say they filed it, but it was objectionable. That's probably what they're going to say. But let's see. Maybe they got it and they actually have details. Probably not, but let's check it out.
So defense attorneys have to establish reasonable doubt about their client's guilt. They don't have to actually prove who committed the crime. That's why what happened today in Bryan Kohberger's quadruple murder trial was so extraordinary. A secret document was filed by his defense team specifying someone else as the killer of 4 University of Idaho students in 2022. Now, we don't have a name yet because the document was immediately sealed by the judge in the case, Steve Hippler.
Yeah, we know that.
Defense lawyers were given until next Friday to come up with evidence to support their theory of what they call an alternate perpetrator. Whether the jury in the case ever hears that theory or not depends on if there's any evidence produced to support it. All this was happening as Judge Hippler addressed concerns about violations of the court's gag order, with sensitive leaks about the murder investigation possibly trickling out into the media, including in an episode of Dateline. News Nation's senior national correspondent Bryan was in court in Boise, Idaho today. And Bryan, this was likely Kohberger's final hearing before the murder trial begins in August. And the judge is talking about appointing a special prosecutor to investigate leaks. It hasn't even started, and we're talking about this.
Yeah, this was really unexpected. This judge is a very strict judge. He does not mess around. I was inside for the hearing today. He mentioned the possibility of appointing a special prosecutor. He seemed annoyed that the gag order was violated, and he made reference to the Dateline piece, not by name, but he said, oh, after what happened last Friday, we're now going to need more alternate jurors. So that was sort of the feeling when I left court. I get back to the hotel, and suddenly there's this new court filing from the judge where he specifically names Dateline. He says he's considering bringing on a special prosecutor, and he is asking both sides and all law enforcement involved in the case, so all the state, local, FBI, anyone involved in the Kohberger case, to save all of their documentation on their phones, any communication they've had with anyone. It appears he wants to launch some kind of investigation to figure out who's been leaking.
All right, now let's talk about this, the sealed theory the defense put forth about the alternative perpetrator. In other words, we didn't do it. Here's who did. I mean, did they actually name somebody in this document?
Yeah, and it could be more than one person, Elizabeth. We knew the deadline for them to file for alternate perpetrators was yesterday. It was immediately sealed, so it's secret. We can't see it. It did come up in court, so it was filed. And what the judge said, and I wrote this down, he said he wants evidence rather than allegations. So whatever they filed, he didn't seem especially impressed with, but they are going to have a secret hearing in June where they'll talk about these alternative perpetrators according to the defense, and that is when the judge will decide whether they can actually be brought up during the trial.
Finally, there was a decision by the judge to live stream the trial.
Yes, which is good news for us and for anyone who's interested. It will be live streamed. The court will control the cameras. They won't zoom in or anything like that, but you'll be able to get a general view of the room. You'll be able to listen, except for when the 2 surviving roommates take the stand, Elizabeth. The judge made the decision because they are victims in all of this, that they will broadcast the audio out of what they're saying, but just to respect them and their privacy, they're going to stop the video during that portion of the trial.
And no more chance, do you think, Bryan? I mean, a lot of people thought there would be some sort of a plea deal in this case because the evidence does appear at this point to be so strong. No chance of that you're hearing?
I think no chance, Elizabeth. So many of the victims' family members want the death penalty. It does not appear that there's any kind of plea deal on the table, and I don't think there's going to be a delay. I think this thing is going to go August 11th.
Wow, it will be quite a trial. Bryan Enton reporting live for us from Boise, Idaho. Thank you so much, Bryan.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based.
Hold on a second, guys. Let me find something else really quick. Let me play a part of this real quick while I take care of something.
Kelly Gonzalez and Madison Mogen were killed first, and they confirmed
Oh, yeah,
that
let me start
Ethan Chapin have told News Nation some details that up until now we did not know. Let me lay a few of these details out, but I do want to warn you that this is graphic information and it is uncomfortable to hear this because we're talking about innocent kids who were killed in that home back in October. And not only that, this is evidence that likely will come out in court at some point. Whether it will be germane to who the killer is or not, that remains to be seen. But it could be evidence nonetheless. With that in mind, let me let you know what these sources have told News Nation. Number one, they told us that the victims, Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogen, were killed first, and they confirmed that Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were killed on the second floor afterwards. And these are some of the other details that they have released. They said that Ethan Chapin was killed in the doorway of Xana Kernodle's room before the killer set upon Xana. The sources say that it appeared Ethan had stepped partly into the hallway where the attack may have begun. These sources also say that Ethan Chapin suffered a slash to the neck. But I have to say that both of these details are in direct conflict with what the coroner had originally told us right here on this program exclusively. And also, they conflict directly with what police have said as well. And those two facts that are in conflict are that all of the victims were in their beds, according to police and the coroner. And according to the coroner, all of the injuries were stab wounds and not slash wounds. So I just want to play for you exactly what it was the coroner said in her words. Were any of them slashed? Were any of their necks cut? Or were these all puncture wounds?
Well, it was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings.
Can you tell me, when you say that they might have been sleeping, were they found in beds?
Yes.
So those were the facts that the coroner told us. And like I said, it is in direct conflict with what these two sources familiar with the investigation are now telling us as well. That obviously needs to be sorted out and likely best in a court of law as well. Also want to tell you these other details that we have learned from these two sources, that Xana Kernodle put up a fierce fight when the attacker set upon her, repeatedly grabbing the attacker's knife, so much so that she sustained deep cuts to her fingers and that her fingers were nearly severed. Now, that does actually work in comport with what Xana's father had reported to an Arizona news outlet about what he knew. Police blotters and call logs are public record. Anybody can see them, and rightly so, because taxpayers pay for that work product. And now some eagle-eyed followers of the Idaho quadruple murder case have picked up on one particular item from the police on the night that the 4 college kids were murdered. In fact,
The incident in question happened at almost exactly the same time as the killings. I'm going to read to you what the police blotter actually says. Quote, there was an alcohol offense reported at 3:01 a.m. on November 13th, and that's the last night the kids were alive. The location, a field on Taylor Avenue. You can see it there. Band. It's called Band Field. So that is not far from the Sigma Chi frat house where two of the victims, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, spent a lot of their evening earlier on that night. The police timeline puts them at the Sigma Chi party from 8 to 9 p.m. But then there's a big 4-hour and 45-minute black hole where nobody knows, or nobody's saying anyway, where Ethan and Xana were between 9 p.m. until they got home at 1:45 a.m. So our Bryan Enton joins me live again, and we're also joined by Gemma Gaudette, who's the host of Idaho Matters on Boise State Public Radio. Thank you to both. Okay, Bryan, I'm going to begin with you. The big question is, what do we know about that very strange police call at 3:01 a.m.?
Well, we don't know much more than what you just said, Ashley. It was in the police blotter. 3:01 had something to do with alcohol. Police did take down a report, although we haven't been able to get that report at this point. This is the field behind me where the call was made, the big white field right there. That's the frat house you just talked about. You can see with the Christmas lights, and it's all very, very close to the house where the murders happened.
I don't know if you're able to, but if you and your photographer Mo could sort of walk me that way, because as I understand it, you might actually be able to walk me at least part or all of the way from where you are to the home where the victims lived.
Yeah, we can walk you there. Again, frat house, field. This is like an apartment complex parking lot that we're in, and we'll walk you back, Ashley. And I've been telling you the last couple of days, there's it's a dense area. You know, when you just look at the shot of the house, you don't realize that all of these houses and apartment buildings are around. This is like a little walkway that the students use to get down to the frat houses. And we'll just walk up here. Be careful, Mo, because it's a little slippery. It's been snowing nonstop pretty much all day. Just looks like it let up a little bit. So we go up these steps here. And then this is a little road right here, Ashley. And you see here is the house. This is the house where the murders happened. So it's a short walk.
No idea. Wow. I mean, short walk, that's like 55 seconds. I mean, they could have gotten home so quickly from that frat house. I had no idea it was that close, Bryan. That's remarkable.
Very close. Yeah,
okay,
very,
well, Gemma,
very close.
Now that we
and also, again, all the places they walked by. No, I was just saying, all the places, the apartments, the houses that they would have walked by. I mean, again, it's a dense area. There's a lot of people who live in this area.
Yeah, and all the witnesses who might have seen something or had a camera out or would have just thought yet another group of students walking by. So, Gemma, you just saw what Bryan showed us and how close that was to the frat house. Talk to me a little bit about that frat party that night, because my thinking is that Ethan is a frat brother at the Sigma Chi. They all had to have known, you know, if he'd gone at 9 o'clock at night and they didn't see him again, right?
Well, what we know at this point, Ashley, about that fraternity party is that Ethan and Xana went together, as you mentioned, and then our understanding is that Hunter, Ethan's triplet brother, it was also a part of that fraternity house. And Hunter took Maisie, their sister, as his +1. But even Idaho State Police, the communications director for Idaho State Police has said there are gaps in that timeline that night at Sigma Chi, and they want students to help them fill in those gaps. So they're still wondering, we're still wondering, you know, what happened within that time frame.
It's fascinating to read that, you know, Maisie and Hunter, the two triplets with Ethan, were at that party as well and spent the whole evening together with Ethan and Xana until those two left the party, which you would think they would know the time they left the party, and yet we're not being told that. I want to start here, though. If you were with us last night, your head might still be spinning from all the new and stunning details that came out late in the day in the Idaho student murders. And I know I'm right there with you. It's just kind of mind-blowing what we're learning, because there's been a gag order for 2.5 years. So we rushed that breaking news on the air last night, and we picked it apart in real time. And then when we went off the air, we kept reading through the hundreds of pages, and we found even more. Some of it comes close to smoking gun territory, where Bryan Kohberger is concerned, but even now, the defense has an answer for almost everything. And I stress the word almost. We now know a lot about Kohberger's so-called click history at Amazon. Yesterday, I told you that he bought a K-bar knife, identical to the murder weapon, 8 months before the university students were murdered. He also bought a K-bar knife sheath, identical to the one that was left behind at the crime scene. And for good measure, he bought a knife sharpener, according to the prosecutor's list of Amazon purchases. But now we know he was looking to buy something else, a so-called replacement K-bar knife and sheath. And this was after the murders happened. Remember, the killer made that critical mistake and left the knife sheath next to the bodies of Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan. The murder weapon has never been found, so it stands to reason that the killer might need a replacement for both the knife and the sheath, if anyone ever came around asking. And of course, someone came around asking Bryan Kohberger. By the way, we also got to see the selfie that Bryan Kohberger himself snapped in what appears to be his bathroom, a bathroom. But we know this, that picture with the shower behind him was taken just 6 hours after the murders and an hour and a half before 911 was even called. He is smiling. He's giving a thumbs up about something, seemingly does not have a care in the world and looks pretty proud of, again, something. This was taken after tracking shows that Kohberger's cell phone visited the King Road area twice just that morning, traveling from his student apartment across the state line in Washington. And with all of this new information, we have a new theory about why he might have felt compelled to go back to the murder scene in the morning, if indeed he's the murderer. I'm joined again by News Nation's senior national correspondent, Bryan Enton, who's been going through these documents. Boy, we didn't sleep much last night going through these documents.
No.
We're on FaceTime, just finding one thing after another. So let's talk about first this replacement knife and sheath. That I actually missed the first time around. When I saw that he bought the knife and the sheath and the sharpener 8 months before the murders, it was a eureka moment. But then came in the footnotes, this replacement knife and sheath. So walk me through your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of buried. It was like hundreds of pages of documents. And you mentioned that we were going through them till like 1 a.m. together. And I was also so struck by the fact that he bought the knife and the sheath, according to prosecutors, that I missed this one little teeny line in one of the state documents until I found it in the middle of the night, which is really, really interesting. They say that after the murders, so he bought the knife and the sheath before the murders, they say, but after the murders, they went through his click history on his Amazon account and that he was searching for a knife and sheath, which is very, very interesting when you think about why, perhaps. Did he suddenly realize that, he realized that he left the knife at the scene and wanted to have a knife in case police came knocking on the door and said, "Where's the knife?" So that's one possible
left
reason,
the sheath
really an interesting
at
piece
the
of information.
scene, right? Like left the sheath at the scene and then disposed of the murder weapon somewhere. It's never been found. We presume that if he's the killer, he took an hour to get back home, what would have been a 10-minute drive. So maybe circled somewhere far and wide and disposed of that knife. And then here's the other thing. Don't know when or if he knew, oh, dear God, I don't have the sheath. So let's talk about that next morning, because at like 9 in the morning, the cops don't know yet. The roommates don't know yet. 911 hasn't been called yet for hours. His Elantra is driving by the house again.
Yeah, they've got the surveillance video that shows him back near the house near 9:32 a.m., which makes you wonder what was going on there. Did he realize at that point that he had left the sheath behind? And was perhaps going back and considering trying to get it again? Was he just going back to gawk and sort of, you hear about when people set a fire, an arsonist, and they want to go like kind of see the place burn. We don't know why he went back, but The selfie that you showed again in the intro, which is like so creepy to look at with the thumbs up and the shower in the background and like the kind of smirk, there it is. The selfie was taken at 10:31 a.m. So it's all very close together. He went back to the apartment or to the house, according to prosecutors, around 9:32, and then took the selfie an hour later at 10:31.
Which again, if he's the killer and the killings happened between 4 and 4:30 and he didn't get home till 5:30, you think that would be the first shower, right? If you're covered in that evidence. And so this looks like a fresh shower. And again, this is at 10:30. So this is, 5 hours after he would have returned home from the murders. Again, if he's the killer. So now I want to bring in another piece that is tied to all of this, because as we're trying to figure out, if he's the killer, was he going back to the house in the morning gawking and looking for action, or was he going back to find the knife sheath that perhaps he realized, dear God, I've dropped a critical piece of evidence? And that's now where I'm sticking, because there's some more evidence that came out in these documents that will take you there, and I'll explain it. So the state apparently did test runs through this house, parking a car, walking from where the killer's car would have been to the door, entering the house, going up the stairs, pretending, to have killed 2 people, coming down the stairs, down the hall, killing 2 other people, and then making your way out of the house and back to the vehicle. And the key words that are used in the test run is taking off the bloody clothes and then driving away. First of all, I can't believe they did these tests. And they determined it is possible. It is possible to do all that in a very short amount of time. But taking those bloody clothes off, it made me wonder, if Kohberger's the killer and he was taking off those bloody clothes and didn't see in the darkness that the knife sheath, might have gone off with the clothing, perhaps that's why he came back and spent 9 minutes at that house looking at the place where perhaps he had taken those clothes off the night before.
It's possible, or maybe he left some of the bloody clothes out, or he was worried that he left something behind, if they think that maybe he was trying to change right out there outside the house next to the car or on the side of the house. Maybe he's looking for something outside the house. Maybe he was considering going back in to look for the sheath. But it's so interesting, because when I was outside the house for all that time after the murders, there were weird things happening with the prosecutors and the police and the investigators and all the testing that they were doing. And there were just weird movements that they would do, walking to the door, going to the road. And I remember wondering what they were doing. And now that all these documents are coming out, it really sort of explains some of it. And I think some of what we saw were the test runs. They were trying to time it out and figure out how long it could have taken him. Because that's been one of the big perplexing things about the case, is like, how did you go to bedroom, stab all of those young kids and manage to get away and no one see a thing?
Right. And of course, the reason we ask that is because they say there's no blood in the car. So how would that terrible bloody scene have not transferred into the car? Did he take off, he, meaning the killer, take off all the bloody clothes before getting in that vehicle in the darkness right there beside the house? So it's fascinating, because we couldn't see inside the house. They pulled all the blinds, but when they came in and out of the house, we didn't know what they were doing when they were inside. And now, of course, we can't know, because they tore the house down. So another massive detail, I think, to drop last night. I'd never seen this anywhere, and it was one mention. It didn't repeat itself anywhere in the other documents I saw, and that is that Dylan said she was 3 feet away from the killer. And I just stretched my arm out, because I still cannot believe that this is how far roughly 3 feet is. And not only that, she saw him holding something.
Yeah, there was some interesting new nuggets involving Dylan, because they actually included the verbatim statements that she made to police officers when she was talking to them about what she saw. And she said that she saw the person in the house holding something. She did not give more specifics than that, but she said holding something. And something else that struck me, Ashley, I don't know if you noticed this, she talked about how she had seen the picture of Bryan Kohberger. She had seen him in the vest. And I'm assuming she's talking about the moment where he was in that bulletproof vest when we were out there and they pulled him off the plane when they brought him back to Pennsylvania. She must have been watching the news, and they asked her during this interview, well, does that look like the person that you saw? And she said, I have no clue. So she wasn't able to make that connection, but she did go back several times to the bushy eyebrows, which again, I think is why that selfie, that creepy selfie picture is so important. That's why the prosecution is keying in on that. They want to show that picture to the jury and say, you know, do you think these are bushy eyebrows? This is the last photo of him taken after the murders.
And just, 5-6 hours after the murders, you can't have changed the eyebrows much in that short period of time. This is what the man looked like if this is him. I did find it very interesting in these documents to see that Dylan Mortensen interviewed 5 times with police and once in front of the grand jury. And never did she waver from, I saw bushy eyebrows, maybe one eyebrow, but bushy eyebrows is everything I remember. Can't tell you about the eyes. Can't tell you about much else. Yes, I was drunk. Yes, it was scary, but 5 different times from the moment they were in the parking lot out front of the house that morning, all the way through to the grand jury, her story never changed. 5 times with cops, once with the grand jury. I think that's super, super powerful. Then Ann Taylor, the defense attorney, comes along and drops a massive document. Got it here, actually. I've got the bushy eyebrows here, and then I've got the other one. That's the neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence motion. And I read through that as well. And she brings up 3 neuropsychological conditions of Bryan Kohberger. She says he's got developmental coordination disorder, DCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, and then autism spectrum disorder, which is ASD. The significance of all of these are huge. She's explaining away a lot of the bad facts. So walk me through those.
Yeah, this was so fascinating to me because I wondered why she was suddenly having him tested and talking about him being on the autism spectrum and what that was going to have to do with anything, why this was becoming such a big component of things. And this explains it. She is trying to explain away some of the evidence connecting his disorders to why he may have done what he did, like developmental coordination disorder impacts fine motor dexterity and visual motor function, couldn't have possibly killed 4 people and escaped that quickly because of the DCD, the developmental coordination disorder. The obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, remember all the talk about him wearing gloves that night and he was trying to cover, fingerprints and evidence. She's saying, no, he was just wearing the gloves because he doesn't like germs, that he was double bagging because of the OCD, the garbage bags. Remember the shower curtain missing from the bathroom, that he doesn't like shower curtains because of contaminants, fear of things getting in his eyes, that he has sleep issues. That's why he goes up in the middle of the night driving around. And then the autism spectrum disorder, that's why she says he doesn't show emotion on his face, has a piercing stare, does not show expected reactions, stiff body posture, little to no eye contact. So now we know why she wants to bring all of these disorders in. She's trying to tell the jury, she's going to try to tell the jury, hey, ignore all of this evidence because this can be explained away by these medical conditions.
Well, the one that stuck out the most to me there was his obsessive compulsive disorder means he has sleep issues and drives around in the middle of the night. So if stargazing wasn't good enough, they've now come up with a different reason for why he'd be out on a very cloudy night. I checked the weather, completely overcast night, stargazing. Now it's going to be, I have OCD, so I drive around at night. I'll be interested to see if his cell data shows that he drives around at night with his phone off any other night than the murder night. So great job. You got to get some sleep. That was a long, long night and really good work. So thank you, Bryan. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ash.
Okay, I want to bring in my friend Mark Aragos now. He's a criminal defense attorney, and now he's the co-host of 2 very popular podcasts, Reasonable Doubt and 2 Angry Men. Mark Aragos, since you are the biggest expert I know in famous trials, I wanted to call you about all of these new details that have come out in these court documents after a desert, for 2.5 years, a gag order that's kept us all in the dark. I look at this as the layman and say he's finished. He's absolutely finished. He bought a K-bar knife, a sheath, and a sharpener 8 months before the murder, and then he bought a replacement K-bar knife, or was looking for a replacement K-bar knife and sheath right after the murders, and then you just add all this other stuff on. But what do you think about this massive document dump?
If I'm not mistaken, you and I talked about a while ago. As you said, it's been quite a time period of wandering around in the wilderness. But I think we talked about the fact that if they had a receipt for this knife or this sheath, obviously they didn't find the knife, sometime prior, that would be, as you call it, a bad fact. The one after, the searching after, the way it was phrased and the way it was buried leads me to believe it's not as significant as the purchase before. And why do I say that? I've had cases where prosecutors will argue that somebody went looking for a particular item on the internet. And then when you drill down into it, it turns out that it was just one in a stream of thousands of things that the browser does. So the one after doesn't really do much. If they can tie the sheath or the same kind prior to this, that's definitely going to be front and center of their opening statement and the trial for the prosecution, and the defense is going to have some explanation.
Right. I would also say I did not see a K-bar knife or a knife sheath or a knife sharpener on the manifest when they pulled everything out of his apartment a couple months later. So that's a bad fact, too. Where is that knife and sheath that's identical to the murder weapon and the murder sheath if it's not in your apartment and you just bought it, less than a year ago? So, okay, the other thing I wanted to ask you about is these conditions, these developmental conditions, developmental coordination disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and autism. These are the things she's saying make it impossible for him to have been able to run through that house as fast as he would have needed to commit all of those murders, and that this is the one I can't believe. The OCD made him drive around at night, wear gloves. When they arrested him, he was wearing gloves and sorting his trash into little plastic baggies, and change out his shower curtain all the time due to mold. And then the other one was was autism, to say he has a piercing stare and he's strange. So don't judge a book by the cover. It just sounds to me like it's a desperate attempt to find something, anything, to chip away at the bad facts, but it doesn't look like much of a chipper.
Look, there's each one of those taken separately, I think could give you a plausible, it's a circumstantial evidence case. The law on circumstantial evidence in most jurisdictions is if there are two reasonable interpretations, they don't have to be equally reasonable, but two reasonable explanations. One points towards guilt, one towards innocence. You must adopt the one that points towards innocence. The problem is, you've outlined it, if in fact they're going to make those arguments, and I don't know that they necessarily are for each one of those facts. For instance, I'll take one of them out of your litany. The one about gloves and the trash later on, I'm not so sure that that's admissible as a probative fact, and it may be more prejudicial than probative. Why do I say that? That was a long period of time afterwards. If there was nothing in that trash that they found that was incriminating, why would you bring that in other than to just unfairly malign? So I don't know that would necessarily be the one. I'll give you the prosecution argument is going to be, of course, he's going to try and use that for the shower curtain because he was trying to dispose of the shower curtain because the shower curtain was consistent with somebody who wanted to wash off any kind of the remnants of transferred DNA. So that's a tough fact, ultimately, that they're going to have to deal with. But I'll go back to the sheet. There still is, Ashley, there have been internet sleuths who have talked repeatedly about whether or not somebody took that sheath from him. And that's the reason you had the fingerprint. So if that does not undercut the theory, if they're going to say, yeah, it was mine, but somebody took it and here's who that person is.
Then where's the knife that was bought with the sheath? Like, that's great if you still have the knife, but my sheath was taken and planted with my DNA on that snap. It's just a little far-fetched to say, and I just lost that knife, coincidentally,
No, I think if the defense is going to be that somebody took the knife and sheath And that is, yes, it's got his DNA, but the reason it's got his DNA, because it was his, somebody else took it. We don't know what happened with the knife because they took it. Yes, it was his, but he was not the person who was there. I believe that's got to be, if they've linked this up, assuming everything, that has to be the defense.
Crazy, because the handle of the knife would definitely have more of his DNA on it if someone wanted to plant his evidence at the scene, and the sheath had almost nothing on it. But okay, one last quick question, and I have to make it quick. The defense doesn't want the words psychopath or sociopath used at trial. Okay, state says they weren't planning to. And then the defense wants no inflammatory evidence like graphic autopsy photos. Well, Mark Garagos, since when does a defendant get to say you're not allowed to show the autopsy photos of a quadruple stabbing? Like, I just can't even imagine you'd ask that question.
Well, let me play devil's advocate here. A lot of times the victim's family does not want those photos entered into evidence or does not want them displayed in court, or will make the motion or join in the defense motion to just enter into evidence a small number of them for obvious reasons. Nobody wants to be sitting in a courtroom and watch their loved ones' remains be projected and then captured on the internet or paraded around in publications. So I understand that. And by the way, that once again goes to that analysis. Is it more prejudicial than probative?
Well, I think the jury needs to see the horror that this was in order to land upon something like a death penalty. I think they need to know exactly what happened to those 4 kids. That's me. Hey, Mark Garagos, great to have you. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it.
You got it, Ashley. Thank you.
I'm Bryan Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho tonight, where we continue to look into the murders that happened in the house behind me. 4 innocent college students now 3 weeks ago. Still no significant developments, still no named suspect, still no named persons of interest. I want to bring back in Ashley Banfield. And Ashley, I've been looking forward to this because I want to talk to you about this new information that we confirmed just before the special today. The new information is that Kaylee Gonzalez's injuries were significantly more brutal. That is what I can say. Significantly more brutal than her best friend Maddie's injuries. What do you make of that new piece of information, Ashley?
Well, it's astounding, for one, because this is the first time, Bryan, that you've been able to get the kind of information that helps us to perhaps try to figure out why this happened. Not saying this is definitive, but it certainly is one additional clue as to whether perhaps Kaylee might have been the target. But you got more information that makes it almost more complicated, and that is where the girls were found. So walk us through what you discovered today, because many of us didn't know which room when Kaylee's father said they were found in the same room and in the same bed.
Yeah, let me show you, Ashley. I want to take you up the hill here and get you oriented. This is the front of the house. There's now private security out front. And because it's going and it's very, very slippery, but we're going to walk you up to the back of the house. No windows on the side of the house. You've got the front door obviously on the front, which we know has the coded lock. On the back of the house, though, is where the bedrooms are. Confirmed that Kate's injuries.
Bryan, I think we just lost your mic, and I'm not sure. There, no, you're back. You're back. Can you?
On mute. I'm not even going to repeat it. Oh, my Lord.
Just repeat what you said in the last 10 seconds. Your mic went dead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was explaining that we confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were more significantly brutal than Maddie's. We've also confirmed that they were on the 3rd floor. I'm going to have Mo show you. 3rd floor here, where not easy access. You've got the balcony. There's a slider. You can't easily jump up there. So what this has us wondering, Ashley, and I want you to kind of walk through this with me. If Kaylee's injuries were the most severe up on the 3rd floor, and there's no way out of the 3rd floor, would that mean the killer specifically targeted the third floor because it doesn't make any sense. Why would the killer go up to a floor where there would not be an easy exit for him? What do you make of that, Ashley?
Well, it's significant in that we still don't know where the killings began. Did they begin on the second floor where Xana Kernodle's room was? And of course, Ethan had been staying over that night. And we now know that that room was the room on the far side of the house. So not the side of the house that you're on right now, on the other side of the house at the front of the house. That's Xana and Ethan's. And then did they progress to the third floor? And while your mic was cutting out, I think the key piece of information that the audience couldn't hear was which room upstairs on the third floor the girls were actually found in. That before now, we only knew they were found together, but we didn't know in Maddie's room or in Kaylee's room. And so as we look at the third floor map right there, bedroom E is Maddie's bedroom, and it looks out the back of the house. And bedroom F is Kaylee's bedroom, and it looks out the front, but also the back where the slider is. So what did you discover about which room? Maddie's room on the left or Kaylee's room on the right?
That's right. We've confirmed that they were in Maddie's room, which is also interesting. That's something that we did not know. So Kaylee's injuries were significantly more brutal, but they were sleeping together in Maddie's room. So that helps put the puzzle together.
We have reported on the survivor's frantic call to 911. We have parsed the written transcript, and just last night, we were able to fill in some gaps and correct some discrepancies. But tonight, we have the recording itself in full, and I'm going to let you hear it in full. First, I'll just say this. The dead students' housemates, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, are joined on the call by two neighbors from next door. And at least when the call begins, it seems painfully clear that no one has the slightest idea of how bad the situation inside the house really is. So with that as your preamble, I'm going to go over a lot of the transcript after this call. So just listen and don't worry. I know some of it's really hard to hear, but I will go line by line for a lot of it. But I wanted you to hear it in its entirety so you can make judgments for yourself. Play it.
911 location of your emergency. Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. What is the address of the emergency? 1122. What is the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road. Okay. And is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them. I need someone to repeat the address for verification. The address, 1122 King Road. And what's the phone number that you're calling from? What's your phone number? And tell me exactly what's going on. One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. Okay. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around. Can I just tell you what happened pretty much? What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out? Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check. But we have to. Did you pass out? She's not waking up. Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way. Okay, thank you. She's 20. 20, you said? Yes, 20. Here, do you want to text them?
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
You need to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello. Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Say that again? There's a police here right now. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. We don't have it. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one. Are you talking to the officer? Yes. Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you. Okay.
I am joined now by Steve Gonzalez. He lost his daughter, Kaylee, that tragic morning. Steve, I know that mercifully that the authorities gave you that tape before the rest of us. You've had some time. But beyond that, I don't know how, after 2.5 years of gag order, this landed with you. I don't know if this was more painful, more elucidating, a bitter pill. Tell me how you're coping with this at this point.
I'm a father, so it's not, my emotions are really my children and my wife. So I would say that they feel like they're slowly drowning, and I'm the guy that's trying to help them stay from drowning. And these slow leaks, this torturous process that we're going through, they've done a better job. They've responded to our feedback. We have said, hey, the 911 call is not something that we want to turn on TV and actually see. So they have responded. They have done a better job of, this is a community that doesn't know what murder is. They don't have any clue how to handle, public relations. It just doesn't really exist. So we're getting through it together, and it's hard to say it's getting better, but they are communicating, and we're trying to protect our children and protect all the families and protect the survivors to make sure that we don't have these trolls that are attacking them for no reason.
Did you get any clarity? Did you learn anything or any epiphanies when you listened to the call?
Yes. I mean, I always wanted it to make more sense. Like any murder, your brain wants to gravitate towards make this make sense. But the truth is, murder never makes sense. This is a psychopathic person who does something that breaks the norm of all of our consciousness. All of our minds are just struggling with the fact that this has happened. So we can logically try to make it make sense, but it's not really going to make sense. It's not Hollywood where they try to make it all fit together. In real life, you're just sitting there dumbfounded, like, why can somebody be killed in their bedroom? How does that make sense?
Gail, hey Gail.
You mentioned in a
Hey,
statement
I'm okay,
today
guys. It's just
that you think
I
Hunter
know.
Johnson protected those girls. I
There was
think
like an emergency. I mean, you probably saw in chat somebody came in, and then I don't know. It's a long story, but no, I'm going to be focused. This was just like a very rare thing, and I can't. I'm not going to be distracted anymore. It's just, yeah, I know, and I'm sorry, but I was playing a video anyway. I'm listening, so it's like, it's not like I'm, you know what I'm saying? We're listening to this. So, but yeah. But no, I'm okay. Yeah, it's been a crazy day, but I'm definitely trying to get my focus back and stuff. Excuse me. So yeah. Hey, Gailey, how have you been, by the way? The round lady? For the round lady that survived, what round lady, Kim? Lisa sees me praising you guys in the aftermath. I wasn't thinking about that. Praising who in the aftermath? Little Beetle Lisi. I think you come in because I saw your one thing, and then the last Kohberger video I did was another thing. There was an issue going on, and I was on my phone a bunch, and I was so mad because I was looking forward to that video so bad to go over that visual snow stuff. Believe me, I was not happy, and I am trying to just be like, there was some kind of an emergency. I think I don't even know what to believe or what the heck's going on, but. Yeah, I'm trying to move forward in my life, and it's just I don't know. It's just crazy. I don't even know. I'm sorry, guys. These videos are interesting though. What do you guys think? So what do you guys? I know that the Steve Gonzalez gets a lot of hate, and I don't know why that bothers me. I mean, I get he's got his ways. I mean, there's some things we all, but like. I don't know why that upsets me when people are like get thrown so much hate. Like if for some reason people don't like him, I think maybe they should just not. I don't know, not keep. Maybe kind of just. I guess everybody's allowed to have their opinion, but I don't know. I know he's just. I know he's very active and does interviews, but I mean, everybody has their own personality. That's the type of person he is, and the other family members maybe are more quiet. Everybody has their way of handling things. And I don't know. That's what I'll say about that. I don't have a problem with him at all. Actually, if it wasn't for him, we actually learned through these last couple years through this case, he's actually given us a lot of information that we could learn about the case. To be honest, think about it. Like he's thrown out what he's allowed to tell us, and if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't know a lot of this stuff. So, people want to know more. He gives us more. Yeah, so do I. I mean, I think I don't have an issue. I actually learn about the case. He talks about different things, and he keeps us informed on everything. And, he's just one of those outgoing, kind of proactive types that tries to, get stuff done and stuff, which I know he'll get hate because people will say something like, there was other victims too. I don't think he's ever discounting the other victims. He's not. Just because he's outspoken doesn't mean he's saying that the other victims don't count. I've never taken it that way. I hear people say that, and I'm always like, well, that's not really. I don't look at it like that. I just look at it like he's there about his daughter, and he does bring up, Maddie. He does bring up all of them, but more Maddie the most because that's who he knows. You know what I'm saying? He's close with Maddie. That's his family, and that's the people he knows. And I don't think he's meaning any harm, and I don't think he's trying to take all the attention. I think he's just outspoken, and the other ones aren't. So you know what I'm saying? It's not like he's trying to say, oh, the other ones can't talk. The other ones can, and I don't have a problem with the other family being quiet. Being a little bit more quiet. That's just how different people are. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yep, I agree. Great whites have been seen and caught in southern Florida. So ooh. Oh, he's the father. Are you talking about Steve Gonzalez? He's the father of one of the victims. Yeah, he's just the dad. Yeah, advocate. Yeah. All right, let's finish watching this.
I mean, listen, I don't know what happened, but I'm trying to piece this together like a puzzle, and it sure feels like he knew something and he protected Bethany from knowing. Do you think that he went up to the third floor and may have seen what happened to Kaylee and Maddie and therefore said, get out, get out, get out, but did not tell Bethany and did not tell Dylan?
I talked to Hunter directly, and It sucks. He had a broken soul. Like, this is a man who's seen his best friend dead, like dying, like gone. So we exchanged a moment and I talked to him, and he was trying to protect everyone in that house to not go through what was overwhelming him at the moment. So I don't know about the details of upstairs, downstairs, door open, door not. But in the bigger picture, does it really matter? He was literally just responding to what he probably thought was a prank, thinking his friend, his best buddy, had these girls rolling. And he showed up there and he seen the opposite of a prank. And I seen it in his eyes. He was broken. He was very broken from what he had seen.
Well, did Hunter tell you that he was able to open the door to Xana's room and witness Xana and Ethan in there?
He told me that he went to the door and he was trying to go through that door and he was trying to figure out what was going on in there. It's kind of like what you're hearing with that audio. He announced himself. He said, "Hey, I'm here. What's going on?" But they didn't respond. And he went in there, he seen something. And I think around 2:15, you hear when somebody truly sees something.
It is pretty surprising, Ashley. You have to think to yourself, if you were on that jury and they just said in court, oh, it's a tip that led us to Bryan Kohberger and led us to do the cheek swab and then connect the DNA from him to the knife sheath. It was just a tip. You'd have to imagine they would be sitting there wondering, well, what tip was it? How did you get to that point? We've now learned they're not going to find out. That's not going to come in during trial. The judge just ruled on that today. It's been a year, more than a year, that there's been so many court hearings and fights back and forth about the investigative genetic genealogy, the defense trying to poke holes in it, saying that it's unfair, saying that it's not scientifically tested, that it's a new technology that they used. I thought it was going to be a big part of their defense at trial. Apparently not. They've said they don't want to bring it in. The prosecution has said they don't want to bring it in. The judge has agreed, and it's apparently not coming in.
Jesse, I feel like those are several months I will never get back. The pitched battle between the defense and the prosecution under seal, I might add, which drives me even crazier because to me that is secret justice, not American justice. But, when it comes right down to it, Jesse Weber, a swath, of his cheek matches the DNA on the knife sheath. Do we need to even know anything more than that? The DNA on here matches the DNA in that cheek. Does the jury need to know anything more than that?
Probably not, because let me break it down for this. So it is a 5.37 octillion times more likely that is Bryan Kohberger's DNA than anybody else. Not a shocker. They're not trying to challenge it. But let's, for argument's sake, take this argument. Okay, it was his DNA on the knife sheath and somebody decided to plant it. Okay, so now you're wondering, how did that happen? How did the DNA get on the knife sheath? Who would want to frame him? And by the way, if this is a plot to really frame Bryan Kohberger here, then this is somebody who would also have to make sure that his cell phone turned off at the key times during these murders, that the cell phone pings that were on would track the same movements of his car headed towards and away from the direction of that area, that the car would also have to be in that area at least 4 times that night. And also the assailant would have to dress up and look like somebody like Bryan Kohberger, who matched the description from the eyewitness about the bushy eyebrows. So all of these things together would have to be someone framing Bryan Kohberger. And call me crazy, but that seems to be beyond, belief. Now, I'm curious to see where they go with it. This is the prosecution's narrative of trying to say what the defense is going to do here. But I got to tell you, Ashley, after you said so many court hearings where they tried to make sure this evidence wouldn't come in, saying that his rights were constitutionally violated, that it wasn't reliable, at this point, their only option is to admit it is his DNA, but there's another explanation for why it's there. I'm curious to see what that explanation will be.
So once again, Bryan, the knife sheath and the snap had a tiny, tiny little sample of DNA. And by the way, that tiny, tiny little sample was so tiny and the integrity of it was so questionable, it had to go to a specialist to like pull out a full profile in order to be able to actually put it into the genealogy base. So if someone is trying to frame, if this is the defense argument, that someone is trying to frame Bryan Kohberger, really? That's how they're going to frame him? Find something with barely any DNA on it at all and just hope that maybe they can find a sample, pull out that profile from that speck, that minuscule. I mean, doesn't it start to sound, and here's the word, really unreasonable?
It does, and I'm just trying to play it out in my mind. If they actually try to argue this out in court, are they going to say that there was someone out there who killed these college kids, who then went and got the knife sheath from Bryan Kohberger, they stole it or something, and it had the little bit of DNA on Kohberger, and then went to the house and put it in there after doing it, or brought it with them and then dropped it on purpose, trying to frame Kohberger? I mean, it is all sort of hard to wrap your mind around. But Jesse made a good point. I think this is important. I mean, this all came out through a state filing, and it is the prosecutor who is trying to explain what the defense witness is going to say at trial, possibly. So this isn't coming directly from the defense. So maybe this is just one sort of theory that they've floated around and that they're not necessarily.
So wait, what do you, okay, I have a question. I know I'm supposed to do a Wade one. I should just do the Wade one tomorrow. I have a question, and I hope I get the calls tomorrow. Okay, question. How many people in chat? I just want to get a feel for it. Put a 1 if you think Kohberger is the right guy. Put a 2 if you think he's innocent. I'm just curious because I mean, there are a lot of people that think he's innocent. I feel like it's within the YouTube community, the active community. I feel like more people think he's innocent, at least from the people that are the loudest and the people that are on YouTube. Now, I think general population, it probably is more people think he's guilty, but I think in the YouTube world, I don't know why. I could be wrong, but I think they got the right guy, guys. I really do. I really do. Wait, now I forget which one I used for what. Oh yeah, I always use 1 for yes, 2 for no. So 1's okay. So a lot of people are putting yes, they think. Okay. Melanie, what did you think? Did you answer? 1, okay, okay. Well, okay. Well, most of you guys think 1, okay. I do too. I do too. I don't know. I was expecting to hear more 2s. But everybody's welcome here. Don't feel bad if you are a 2. Okay, really? Dude, then why do well, you know why. It is because, and I don't have nothing against when I say loudest, because if you're one of the people that think he's innocent and you're not loud, remember, not everybody falls under the groupings. But I feel like, because I know people that I would say friends with online that think he's innocent. So I don't have any thinking against anybody, but maybe it's because the people that are the loudest and the people that stick out are the ones that are like coming at me, like saying, like, some people are like, I remember this one comment not even that long ago. I think it was my last Kohberger video. I think it was in live chat. I don't know if it's a comment or a live. They said something like, that they don't understand how I could think he's guilty with absolutely no evidence whatsoever. It makes no sense. So I was like, okay, then who do you think did it? And is there like evidence backing up your theory? Because, I bet you there's probably a little bit more evidence backing up the Kohberger than yours. You know what I'm saying? Than whoever else it could be, because there's nobody else that's, yeah, sure. There could be somebody's DNA, right? Let's say they find, oh, that was somebody's DNA. That would be the only evidence that would go along with it, which is big. But what I'm saying is there would be equal amount, if not more, evidence going for Kohberger than probably any of the other people. Does that make sense? It would just be like kind of like theory, which I'm not saying is always wrong, but you know what I'm saying? To say like I'm stupid because there's absolutely no evidence. It was almost like saying like, I'm stupid. Like, how could you even think that? It's like, really? Then whoever you think, lay out the evidence you have, and I'll lay out the evidence I go by, and we'll see. You know what I'm saying? Because I would certainly not call anybody stupid for. Why is my skin so hot? All of my skin, huh? So I'm curious. That's why I was asking earlier, who is like the talk? Like, who is people saying that they think that they are going to bring up on the 18th? I don't think they'll let us know. I don't think the judge is going to let us know anything. So it'll probably just be more of a thing like, oh, I accept it. It's admissible or not. We probably won't get to find out any details of what they bring the defense. But I cannot wait for trial because I want to know, like, who are they thinking? They have somebody in mind, and I want to hear the theory. Like, what is it? Who do you, anybody that has heard who they think? I saw somebody say Jack. Anybody else? And I know before they caught Bryan, remember, dude, I remember this case when it first happened. Oh my Lord, we were trying to explore every freaking everything, even after we were trying to. But I remember Jack. Remember, there's two Jacks. Wait, there might even be more than one Jack. Remember, what did we call the guy at the food truck? Hoodie guy, or what did we call him? There's a name, food guy with a hoodie or something. Remember that, man, going down that rabbit hole, the food truck, and him like, oh, look at him, and then what is he saying? And then that other guy, and then the other guy coming out saying what his conversation was with him, the other food truck guy that was there. And then like the hunting pictures of him, and then finding out he what was the thing we found out? He went on it was a trip after that to Africa, or wait, there's something about Africa. His family went to something, but yeah. Oh, Kelly, that's a good one. That's a really good one. And yeah, Casey. Yeah, hoodie guy. Is that what we called him? I knew we called him something. I thought it was hoodie guy. Okay. Oh, Delana, 52 months. Wow. I missed it. It's too far. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, thank you. I'm growing older than this oh, yeah, I know. I thought today was still Monday, like early in the week is my point. And I went to go throw something away, like out in the, with recycling and the trash out in the garage, and the trash cans were gone. And I'm like, because I swear I thought it was like Tuesday. I did not think it was Thursday. So I was like, Mom, where's the trash cans? Because we take the trash out Thursday night for Friday morning. I'm like, why are they gone? Oh, the trash. I'm like, what do you mean? Why do you have the trash? It's like, it's Thursday. I'm like, what? It's Thursday? Oh my gosh, where did the week go? My point, Delana, is time is going by too quick, and my face is like as hot as a. Okay. Wait, what? I recall this was just after I got out of my. Gailey, yes, Gailey, how are you? Oh my God, I remember that. That was, huh? Are you doing? How are you feeling? I haven't seen you in forever. Wow. All right, I'm gonna press play.
Going to use as a defense at trial? We don't know, but it is kind of hard to imagine.
Yeah, if I were trying to frame someone and I was going into their apartment to steal their knife sheath, I would probably steal the hair from their hairbrush and leave the hair fibers on the body, which are perfectly traceable. Joining me right now is News Nation senior national correspondent Bryan Enton. He's been following this case since the beginning.
Wait, he looked confused. He reminded me of me. He's going in like confused. Oh my God, it's my classic.
Let's start at the very beginning. Your impression overall of the call, Bryan.
Yeah, heartbreaking. Just the panic in their voices, the way it sort of evolves throughout the call from what you can feel they're thinking in the beginning versus it almost feels like there's this moment where they discover that something really, really bad has happened midway through the call. And then actually I was just thinking about how we know so much about the case now. When you listen to it knowing all of the facts and everything that's come out, but you just sort of put yourself in their shoes in that moment, just waking up, knowing nothing after a night of partying, and just the pure horror that must have been like for these young college kids.
And we do have to put our hats on for being them at that moment, not hindsight. There's so much we know now, but they knew nothing.
Why? I was gonna, oh my Lord, this whole time, remember, I was like, oh, let me find a video I could have put on the hearing. So the rest of the hearing, we didn't finish that, did we? Did we go through it all? No. What do you guys think? You want to finish watching this or kind of like fast forward a little bit of the hearing and see? But I don't think there's going to be much because we're seeing the people reporting on it now. And the most there was is jury stuff, the stuff about the Dateline stuff. I think it was in the hearing before that was sealed hearing or private. And then the stuff where he's demanding like them to name somebody because it's too objectionable, their theory. So basically, I guess he's saying they have to actually name like specifics and details for him to admit it into court for the jury to hear, which that, like I said, that's going to be on the 18th. Dude, this trial is going to be freaking good. I wonder how hard it will be to get in. Like if I go try to get in, but dude, this is one of the biggest trials. There's people are going to probably have to camp out again, or they might, I don't know if they're going to do a lottery system or what. I wonder. I don't know. It would be interesting to go to.
Thing at that point. And this next bit, I think, highlights how little they knew, Bryan, because at first, a neighbor gets on the phone and says one roommate is drunk and passed out. Let me read the transcript. The dispatcher says, tell me what's exactly going on. Female neighbor says, one of the roommates who's passed out and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. It's very, she's very matter of fact, and she definitely doesn't sound terrified. They have not seen anything. Like with that kind of a tone of voice, even though Dylan is seemingly very upset at the beginning, that's not somebody who knows there's a bloodbath upstairs.
Right. And remember, based on the witnesses who we spoke to after this happened, all of these kids were out in the front driveway and out towards the road.
Wait, this article now from, now I'm really confused. So the one article we read from New York or whatever it was said May 23rd, right? This article says June 18th. Did I hear it wrong? Or did all these articles say it wrong? We all, 3 different people now heard something different. It was 18th something, but I swear it was May. Yeah, it's the same one because he also scheduled another proceeding on June 18th to assess evidence of the defense claim of an alternate suspect. I have to go back and listen. That is funny because, like I said, one said the 23rd. I say May 18th. They say June 18th. Huh. I don't know.
It seems like when they were on the phone for part of the 911 call, I think that's why the neighbor at one point from the house to the right took the phone. But you made an interesting point when she says, saw a man in the house around 4 a.m. It's almost like she's less concerned about that at that moment, which kind of goes back to the text messages and all the questions about, well, why didn't they call 911 then? I mean, perhaps they really did just think this was some kind of prank. It was a party house. And when she says saw a man in the house around 4 a.m., she doesn't sound that concerned about it. She seemed more worried that someone's passed out and not responding, not as worried like, hey, there was an intruder in the middle of the night.
Or maybe that intruder, by the way, if we have non-responsive housemates, maybe that intruder brought something last night, gave it to them, and that's why they're not responding. Maybe they've OD'd. It really feels to me like that's the level of their fear and concern, not there was a homicidal maniac in the home last night, because, I mean, that would be very upsetting if you're a housemate whose other housemate is unable to answer her door and is out cold. Okay, the other issue, and this is the first time I'd seen this, I had to listen to it a lot of times. At one point, it sounds like they are repeatedly calling at the door, at Xana's door, Xana, Ethan, knock, knock, knock. It really does sound like they're trying to rouse her, but that they can't get past that door. That door is closed.
Yeah, and it's unclear. You're trying to sort of visualize where everybody is in the house and what's actually happening during the call, and we don't really know. But you're right; they do call out for Xana and Ethan. They appear to be looking for them. And again, you can kind of hear they're panicked in the beginning, but it seems to become more panicked as the call goes on. And there's that one point where it's just like that heavy breathing. It's almost like a panic attack at that point. That's kind of what I thought of.
Okay, there's one point where a male gets on the phone, and we think that's now
I'm going to skip this.
for the truth that the text messages offer. They are an exception to the hearsay rule just because they want to establish a timeline. Why does that matter? And if you read the fine print, it says they plan to have Bethany and Dylan testify. We all expected that would happen. But then why do you have to have this hearsay stuff? If they're going to testify, you can ask them about their text messages. Is this filing in case they don't have them get up on the stand, that you can use their text messages without them?
No, they're going to testify. They got to authenticate the text messages anyways. And really, their testimony is so much more powerful now that you have the text messages. So when the defense lawyer says, oh, but you didn't call 911 and tries to put doubt in the jurors' minds, they can go back to the text messages and see in real time what they were thinking, how freaked out they were. They can see the timeline. They can see the fact that someone was walking around in all black and a ski mask. So it's important to introduce those text messages because they are what you call present sense impressions, which is an exception to the hearsay rule. And the reason why is that it's a spontaneous comment. It's got to be made while the person was perceiving the event. And that spontaneity makes it trustworthy. And that's why it's allowed in under an exception to the hearsay rules. And it'll be powerful corroborating evidence to their testimony in real life.
Like an excited utterance. Alexander.
I'm kind of getting bored with that one.
It's been more than 2 years since 4
see.
University of Idaho students were murdered in an off-campus house in November 2022. Today, one of those students, Ethan Chapin, would have been graduating. As a triplet, his siblings are walking across the stage without him. Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa has a look at how they're doing and how Ethan is being honored.
Ethan's mom prepared for this day to be emotional when I first spoke with her a few months ago. She is just amazed with how his siblings have been able to move forward despite Ethan not being here for this monumental day. Still, she says they are blessed to have had 20 years with him. As these University of Idaho students walked toward the next chapter of their lives, one student was noticeably missing.
We have this motto called Live Life Like Ethan.
Ethan Chapin is a triplet. He would have been graduating this year alongside his siblings, Hunter
Chapin,
and Maisie.
Maisie Nicole Chapin. They have just persevered. It's amazing, their strength and their ability to, move forward.
I talked with Ethan's mom, Stacy, back in February about this day.
It's a day, honestly, that Jim and I we just have to be parents that day. We have to be parents to Maisie and Hunter. It is not a day that the obvious is that Ethan obviously isn't graduating that day, and that's going to be tough, but it's a day that we will just simply celebrate Maisie and Hunter. The whole world should be incredibly proud of, in my opinion, of Maisie and Hunter, the fact that they have persevered in this incredible tragedy that our family has faced.
To honor Ethan and keep his spirit alive, his family started the Ethan Chapin Smile Foundation. Earlier this month, the foundation awarded another $50,000 in scholarships to help others follow their dreams. They called this round of awards bittersweet, as Ethan should have been graduating this month. Instead, they say they're honoring his smile, his kindness, and his passion for life by providing scholarships.
He was a magnanimous personality, and Jim and I are proud of that and what we raised.
The Post went on to say they can't think of a better way to honor someone who wanted nothing but the best for others. In the newsroom,
Oh, wait. I should have read this. Shoot. I didn't realize that. I thought this document from the whole Dateline thing, I thought it was just repeating like everything. And I tried to skim through it. But actually, let's read this. Hold on. Because it shows. Let me make sure I read this right. If I read this right, it looks like they think it came from the state, which makes sense because, like I said, that wouldn't make any sense for them to leak it, the defense, because it only makes Bryan look bad. But look, let's read it. Dang it, I knew I should have just read it. I had it up the whole time, but I just was like, we already kind of summed it up, but let's just read it. Okay. It says, based on sensitive information not previously publicly circulated that was reported during a recent Dateline TV program related to this case and the defendant, Bryan Kohberger, it appears likely that someone currently or formerly associated with law enforcement or the prosecution team violated this court's non-dissemination order. Such violations not only undermine the rule of law, potentially by persons charged with upholding it, but also significantly impede the ability to seat an impartial jury and will likely substantially increase the cost to be borne by the taxpayers of Latah County to prosecute this case by extending the time it will take to seat a jury and potentially requiring a lengthy period of juror sequestration. I gotta take a sip after. Wait, what news person? Who? Said that that's my mother. I was saying someone. Wait, what? Pronounce this news lady's name? Which one? I don't know what you're talking about. Ashley Banfield or something else? I don't know who the other one is. Who? Can you explain what you mean? Ashley Banfield? Or I don't. Oh, Matsuwa. Wait, hold on. Shara Matsuzawa. Matsuzawa. Right? It's either Shira or Shara Matsuzawa. I think I said it right. Right? What do you guys think? How would you say it? Let me take away the thing so you could see. Right? Shara Matsuzawa. I got it down. I'm pretty good at names. Oh, stop it. The only thing sometimes I'm bad at names, but also with this one, I don't know how to say it. Like as far as like what syllables to stress, it might be like, I'm trying to think how to do another way. Matsuzawa, Matsuzawa, or Matsuzawa, or wait, what could be the other way? Matsuzawa or Matsuzawa or Matsuwa. Wait, Matsuwa. Wait, hold on. Matsuzawa. I don't know. I did it good the first time. Stop it. Okay, I'm not gonna. Okay. Is it Shira? Okay. I said Shira, but I said it's probably either Shira or Shira. So I could see it being it's pronounced Shira too. Did they say her name? They might have actually called her something, but let me finish reading this document real quick. Okay. Let's see what else they say. The part that just caught my eye is where it says who they think did it. So I wanted to read it. But let's see what else it says. Accordingly, the court finds it is imperative to attempt to see that the source of such a leak is identified and held to account. Man, somebody's in trouble. And that doing so is the best deterrent to future violations. Accordingly, the court finds it appropriate to exercise this discretion by entering this order. It is hereby ordered that all persons who at any time, past or present, work directly or indirectly by employment, contract, consultation, or otherwise for or on behalf of any law enforcement or prosecution agency engaged in the investigation or prosecution of persons for the murders that are subject to the instant case are hereby prohibited from deleting, discarding, overwriting, destroying, altering, or otherwise making unavailable any whether electronic or in material form, records, files, documents, metadata, messages, emails, text messages, direct or private messages, phone logs, or logs of communication, regardless whether made or kept on a work, owned, or personal account, device, or messaging app, that in any way relate to or document the fact or substance of communication with third persons, including representatives of the media or other persons or entities outside of law enforcement, with communications in any way relate to, refer to, or concern the investigation of Bryan Kohberger, the facts or allegations uncovered or reported to law enforcement concerning Bryan Kohberger, or the investigation into the homicides that are subject of the current or then potential crime prosecution of Bryan Kohberger. Collectively, documents are singularly a document. All such documents are materials or records that could potentially constitute a document, even if it is uncertain whether such meeting that criteria, shall be preserved and must be protected from deletion, alteration, or loss until further order of the court. Any feature on any device or account that is set to automatically delete or overwrite information that could be covered by this order must immediately be disabled. It is further ordered that within 7 days, the state shall submit to the court in camera a list of all individuals within law enforcement and prosecuting agencies, past or present, who are known to have had access to any facts related to the investigation of defendant, including but not limited to surveillance videos of suspect vehicle 1, the AT&T records for defendant's cell phone, and the content of defendant's cell phone and other electronic devices and social media accounts, including internet search history, photographs, and information associated with the defendant's Amazon account, or any information referenced in the above-mentioned Dateline episode regarding this case. The state is further required to provide a copy of this order to all such individuals and document that it has done so. Failure to comply with this order may be basis for finding of contempt of court and such other civil and criminal consequences as may be appropriate. Within 7 days of the state must also provide to the court a written plan designated to address and prevent the future unauthorized disclosure of information related to this case and what it has done or proposes to do to identify any violations to the court's non-dissemination orders previously entered in this case and those responsible for such violations. I was just going to ask before I got to this, wonder what's going to happen once they find out who did it. Well, first of all, he wants to have him write this, and then probably gonna see what they say on that, huh? Wow. Anyway, Cherie. So, dang. Let me play. Where's that? I had the one I wanted to play. Oh yeah, this shows 9 leaked details in Bryan Kohberger's case. Let's see what the 9 details. This is what they leaked in Dateline. Let's see what it says.
That's video footage of suspect vehicle 1 circling the King Road neighborhood minutes before 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. And a new report by Dateline reveals Bryan Kohberger's Google searches about pornography, serial killer Ted Bundy, and the possible intended target that morning. I go through the new information. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. Now, all I can say is wow about this new information that has been revealed by Dateline about the Bryan Kohberger case. Jury selection in Kohberger's death penalty case is scheduled to begin on July 30th. That's less than 3 months from now, and it's not that far off. With the trial that close, this trove of new information has come out, and it was aired, as I mentioned, on an episode of Dateline. It revealed Kohberger's Google searches for pornography, selfies he took of himself wearing all black, including hoodies, and searching several times over 3 months before and after the murders for serial killer Ted Bundy. Now, prosecutors could possibly use the searches for pornography about a woman being passed out to point to a possible motive. Dateline also revealed who investigators believed was the intended target that morning and the order in which the 4 students were killed. We'll talk more about that in a bit. It's actually something we've discussed here a few times on Crime Fix in the past. Kohberger's lawyers have said he maintains his innocence in the murders of Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle in the early morning hours of November 22nd, 2022. Now, prosecutors have said they linked Bryan Kohberger to the murders on King Road through a single source of DNA left on a K-bar knife sheath just like this one. That DNA left on the inner snap of the knife sheath. This knife sheath, the one's very similar to this one, was left next to Maddie Mogen's body on her bed. Kohberger was taken into custody at his parents' home in Pennsylvania on December 30th, 2022. Police have revealed in hearings that he was wearing a black hoodie and they feared he was destroying evidence. So they broke down the door of his parents' house, rushed in, and took him into custody. Police said they could see Kohberger in his parents' kitchen using a drone with a video feed. Kohberger's lawyers have said his parents were zip-tied and Kohberger was taken into custody. And Kohberger, in his own kind of odd way, suggested to the officers that they get coffee sometime at a later date. Kohberger's lawyers have suggested that that is just one example of the way in which he lacks the ability to pick up on social cues because he has autism. But back to this new information that's come out. Kohberger was working on getting his PhD at Washington State University in Pullman, Washington. He left Pennsylvania for Washington in late June. He got his Washington driver's license on July 1st. Later in July, Bryan Kohberger went to a pool party in Moscow at the Grove Apartments. We've reported on that in the past. But Dateline reports Kohberger made some women there uncomfortable, including a married woman who had to signal to her husband to come over and intervene. A woman named Holly told Dateline that she exchanged numbers with Kohberger at that party. She said he later texted her about their shared interest in hiking. The text was oddly formal, she said. It read, "Hey, I am pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. I really enjoyed that activity, so please let me know. Thanks." Holly told Dateline she got distracted and never responded. The following month, on August 16th, Dateline says Bryan Kohberger's cell phone records show he Googled Ted Bundy's name with a typo, and a paper written about Bundy by one of his professors entitled Ted Bundy on the Malignant Being, an Analysis of the Justificatory Discourse of a Serial Killer. Ted Bundy killed women in the 1970s. He went to college in Washington State and then moved east to Florida, killing 2 sorority sisters at the Chi Omega House in January of 1978. He was sentenced to death and executed in 1989. Ironically, Bryan Kohberger's mother had actually written to her local paper at the time opposing the death penalty for Ted Bundy, but that was before Bryan Kohberger was even born. That same day, on August 16th, Maddie Mogen had posted a photo on Instagram of her and her roommates. And that very same day, a noise complaint was called in to Moscow police for the house on King Road.
Is this your place?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know why we're here?
And I assume noise.
Noise, yeah.
Yeah.
5 days later, the night before classes started at the University of Idaho, Bryan Kohberger was pulled over less than 2 miles away from the King Road house. We've told you about that before. 5 days later, Dateline says Kohberger Googled, "When can a cop detain you?" Lately, I've been seeing some really amazing makeup trends on social media, but no matter the trend, I feel like there's always that one brand you come back to. For me, it's Thrive Cosmetics. And honestly, I'm really excited. 100 to live, 100 are my or a good one.
Path.
Forced, drugged, and sleeping. Now to the Google searches for pornography. Dateline says those searches included pornography related to passed out, forced, drugged, and sleeping. And remember when Ann Taylor recently asked Judge Hippler to bar prosecutors from using 2 words to describe Bryan Kohberger?
Our request is that the court not allow the state to label him in testimony as a psychopath or a sociopath, because any kind of testing is unreliable. That would relate to, or that would become problematic within the rules of evidence to do so, and the inflammatory nature of those kinds of labels would.
I'm not aware of any testing that has been done that has reached that conclusion. Am I missing something?
You are not missing anything. There has not been any testing. There has not been any labeling. This again is my opportunity to bring a preventative motion to protect Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights.
We may now know why Ann Taylor made that request. Dateline reports that in late September, Kohberger Googled sociopathic traits in college students. And later in October, Kohberger Googled, can psychopaths behave prosocially? Now, it's not clear if these searches were related to his coursework, himself, or something going on in class. Kohberger was certainly having a rough time adjusting to life at Washington State. He was a teaching assistant, and in early November, WSU faculty met with him about an improvement plan after he met a student at her car and gave her the creeps. After this, there were more visits to Moscow, with Kohberger's car pinging off the cell tower that covered the King Road house. That's something we've told you about many times, that an FBI analyst will testify that Kohberger's phone was in the area of the King Road house on 23 occasions from July until November 7, 2022, and these visits were late at night. No one has ever said whether the car stopped near the house or not. Dateline also reports that investigators found several Instagram photos of female students from Washington State University and the University of Idaho on Kohberger's phone, and that some of those students were friends of and Instagram followers of Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana. Now, when it comes to the night of the murders, Dateline revealed investigators' theory about the intended target, and they also revealed details that only the killer would know. They believe Maddie Mogan was the target, but they don't know when she could have caught Kohberger's eye. They believe she was the target since the killer went to her room, but didn't expect Kaylee Gonsalves to be there, which threw off his plan. Dateline reports that investigators believe Xana Kernodle heard the loud struggle between Kaylee and the killer and went to check it out, but then the killer chased Xana to her bedroom where she fought for her life. And then Ethan Chapin, asleep or passed out in the bed, was killed with one knife strike to an artery and his lower legs carved in some way by the killer. Dateline quotes investigative sources as saying the killer sat down in a chair in Xana's room exhausted, leaving impressions from blood on the chair, before leaving the house, walking past surviving roommate DM, and speeding away, leaving the neighborhood. Later that morning, after 6 a.m., Dateline says Kohberger called a phone registered to his father 3 times, talking one time for at least 37 minutes. Then his phone showed he returned to Moscow for a time after 9 a.m., but then went home. Later that morning at 10:31 a.m., he snapped this selfie, giving a thumbs up in the bathroom mirror. We showed that photo to you nearly 2 months ago when prosecutors filed it in a motion. 3 days after the murders, Dateline reports that Kohberger Googled the University of Idaho murders for the first time, and then Googled his own name. He followed news of the case, watching at least 60 items about it, including pieces on law and crime and other YouTube channels. He took more selfies in black hoodies and even watched a show in December on YouTube called Ted Bundy, The Essence of a Psychopath, and watched another show about the murders, comparing the murders to Ted Bundy with...
What if, did you see how Ted Bundy had that hoodie on? Was he trying to look like him in that hoodie while he was like trying to take a picture? You see how he's like trying to move his hoodie a bunch of ways? Was he trying to look like that for some reason, the way he looked in that hoodie? Was that a real picture of Ted Bundy? Because why can't I not picture, like, I wouldn't think, yeah, I guess so. I'm like, would Ted Bundy have been wearing a hoodie? Like, does he wear hoodies? But hold on, let me go see. With this AI, I hate this AI because people can make up anything. It sucks. I don't like it. I feel like it has some good things that it could do, but it's scary and it's only going to create bad things. Like, I think it could make people say things they don't say. It can make people do things because now it's getting so good that it could look like you. It could sound like you. Take pictures that look, I hate it.
And watched a show in December on YouTube called Ted Bundy.
Yeah, that's definitely edited. That's not him really in a hoodie. Somebody just edited that because I know that picture. That's one of his famous looks. So never mind. But maybe he did try to actually look like whoever edited that because he watched it. But Svetlana, I don't know. Who freaking knows? But oh, I thought I saw a bug. It's the X. Do you know what? Because see, my screen is up here where I'm sharing it. You see this right here when it popped up? I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, "Is that a bug?" Anyway, all Universal Studios. I like that. I've been there, and yeah, Cedar Point is like if you like roller coasters, Cedar Point in Sandusky is the place to go. They have the best roller coasters ever. Yeah, he might have actually mimicked the photo. I mean, it's a Photoshop photo, but he still could have mimicked it. Yeah. Yeah, but Universal Studios is fun. I think wasn't that the place that had that? I don't know if this was in 2003 maybe. They had this Bob Marley restaurant there that we ate at. Do they still have that? But they have like all those cool what do you call it? Uh what is that word? Like animation brides where it's like virtual AI. I don't know what you'd call it. Where it makes like the screen look like, I don't know. I sound stupid, but I like Universal Studios. Yeah, I figured they probably have a lot. I just remember eating there because I had my dreadlocks at the time when I went. And no, that's why I remember I went with, it was my family, my brother, my parents. We went to Florida for my dad's something with work, and we all made a vacation out of it. And then we went on a cruise after that from Florida. But I remember the day after, okay, so we were at the Bob Marley restaurant that day, but the night before, I had my dreads, and her name was Amanda, and I gave her one dread like under here because she wanted them. She's like, my parents will kill me because she was only in high school at the time. And she's like, can you just give me one? So I gave her one like right here. And we were at the Bob Marley restaurant. I remember she's all nervous trying to cover it. She's like, oh my God, are they going to notice? And I just remember being in there. And then she told them. And it was just like, I don't know, I forget what they said, but I remember we had that conversation in there. And we were at the Bob Marley with dreads, and it was funny. Yes, that's what I mean. Thank you. I can't think of what, because they didn't call it like AI back then, but virtual stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Melanie. I had him for like 9 years. A while. I got him my freshman year in college. Yeah, it was my freshman year. I remember the first time, like when I was telling my mom, yeah, I got dreads, and she's like, what do you mean, like braids? I don't know what dreadlocks are. She's like freaking out on the phone, like, I don't get it. What do you mean? What do you mean, like braids? I'm like, no, I was like Bob Marley. She's like, what? I don't understand what they are. And then the next time I went home, my dad came and picked me up because at the time I didn't have my car there. Because when you're a freshman there, like there wasn't a lot of people didn't have their cars because you're on campus, you walk everywhere. There's not really a spot for them, so it was more common not to have a car there your freshman year. So yeah, he came and picked me up. I forget what the holiday was. I was so freaking nervous, and the first time seeing me with the dreads, my dad, and because my dad was like more strict in a way about that stuff. It's weird. It's complicated because he's not, but he is. And for something like that, he was probably more mad. I don't know. My mom was pretty mad, but so yeah, he picked me up, and so it's about a 4-hour drive from my parents' house where I went to school, Bowling Green. It's like near Toledo, if you guys are wondering. But like we didn't barely say one word. He didn't say like, I don't even think he said hi to me. He just picked me up. He was so mad. I was like, it was the most uncomfortable ride in the world. Oh my God. Yeah, really, Casey? Wait, where did you stay, Melanie? Polynesian. Wait, that's where I think that's where I stayed. Hold on. I think that's where we stayed that time. Hold on, let me see. Polynesian. Why do I think that's where? I'm gonna look it up because I'll recognize what it looked like. Polynesian. Yeah, let me see. Maybe I didn't. I lied. I didn't. That's not where we stayed. I don't think. Wait, is that a picture? Never mind. I lied. Wherever we stayed though, it was like well, I don't know. It looks like the view. I'm trying to see the picture of the hotel. It was actually hold on, view gallery. Hold on, just give me 1 second. Look at the pictures. I wonder, where's the pictures of the outside of the hotel? No, I don't think it was. But wherever we stayed, is my point is, Disney World with the castle right there, you could see it. Like it's like there's like a little water, like a lake right there, outside where the hotel is, like a little body of water or whatever, and you could see the Magic Kingdom like right there. It was like perfect. Then when they had the fireworks at Disney, you could see it from where we stayed. So it was actually like it was a really nice hotel. It was like in the spa. It was perfect, but I don't think it was that, because they didn't look like the inside, I don't think, but let me see. Disney. I'll see if I could find it. Just put Disney World hotels. So I could tell you. Is that it? Not that you care, but maybe you do. Coppery. Because I just kind of want to know, is driving nuts now? Is driving me nuts? I just want to know. Oh, I think I'll recognize what it looks like. It had a red in it. Oh, is that it? Yeah, there it is. Grand Floridian. That's where we stayed. Disney's Grand Floridian. I'll show you. This is where we stayed. Well, that doesn't help. I wanted the picture on the outside. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, this is where we stayed. Yep. I'll show you. It was like a perfect spot. It had this. It was a beautiful hotel. It really was. Yep. The pool. I remember everything. It's like, wow, dude. That part of it almost seems like yesterday. I remember walking in there like, wow, the ceilings were so high. There's a piano somewhere here. Somebody was playing. Where is it? I don't know, but somewhere. They had the pool. I remember that. I remember that, eating dinner. I want to show you the outside though, where it shows you the view of the United Kingdom. I almost just said United Kingdom. I am an idiot. All right, hold on. Now it's making me want to go on vacation. They had like a place to eat with them too. Here's that water, and yep, it looked like the red, like I said. Oh man, I want to go on vacation. But I really want to find the outside. Hold on. Where can I find where to show you like the overlook where you could see the the Disney Castle? What is it called now? Oh my God, I just said it like 10 minutes ago. Now I can't even think of the name of it. I said United Kingdom. Wait, hold on. Oh my Lord, this is how silly when you're on a live for a while, or just me when I can't think of words. Magic Kingdom. Or wait, that's not right. I don't know. Shut up. I just want to find the freaking thing. Hold on. That's the Magic Kingdom Park. The castle. Oh, I remember that. Oh my God. Okay, I better stop. I'm going to end up booking a trip to Disney World by myself. Oh my God. You guys are bad. What are you doing? See, you can see the fireworks. Is that I just wanted to show you the view I had, but I guess how am I gonna see it? You're not gonna be able to freaking Sayat. Is that? No. I don't know. Anyway, well, how many people have been to Disney World? Wait, is that the same one I just looked at? Did you? I'm confused. I swear that message. I swear I read this message like 10 minutes ago, or not 10, maybe 5 minutes ago. Is my chat really going that slow? But you live in Florida, right? I would have to travel to Florida by myself. I forget. Do you live in Florida, Melanie? All right, guys. I don't know. Did we finish that video? I feel like I'm like, you guys, I hope, is people going to be mad if I just do the Wade one tomorrow? It's getting late, and I know people, I bet you some people are already mad, but dude, I saw this update and it was like, I've been wanting to do a Kohberger video so bad because I've been following all this, like the Dateline and just, it's like, man, I want to freaking talk about it, but I always felt like it wasn't enough, or I don't know, it always is enough, but I just feel like I'm always too late, and then it's old news, and I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's old news, but people are like, oh my God, we already know about it. So when I saw that 3 hours old, I was like, ooh, I think this is new. I'm doing it. And I was already live. I thought it was interesting, dude, because I've been wondering about that Dateline. Like, how are they getting this information? I thought it was sealed, and so that wasn't out. That wasn't some of the stuff that was out. So confused. Well, now I know. Somebody illegally did it. Oh, we could have finished this. Let's see. I don't know how much longer. Yeah, we could probably finish. I don't know.
The essence of a psychopath, and watched another show about the murders, comparing the murders to Ted Bundy with Kaylee and Maddie's photo on the thumbnail. So to talk about all of this, I want to bring in Josh Ritter. He is the host of Courtroom Confidential on YouTube. He's a former prosecutor with the LADA's office and currently a defense attorney. Josh, what are your thoughts on the sheer amount of information that Dateline aired the other night? It just seems like an incredible amount of information to come out before trial, weeks before trial.
Yeah, it was wild. I was not expecting that at all. And as you continue to watch the Dateline episode, it kept on coming. It wasn't like they had a couple of brand new revelations. It seemed like the entire episode just was filled with really shocking and very detailed and what I would call kind of insider information on all of this. I mean, we received details even to the point of what they believe took place inside of that home. And to your point, I'm curious how much of this is information we're going to actually learn at trial, and what of any of it might be admissible.
Yeah, I was wondering, will some of this even be admissible? Will some of it even be deemed to be relevant by the judge? I mean, there is talk about searches for pornography. I mean, I think that.
Ooh, this is before the judge that we found out this was leaked. This was not like, because this just happened today. Those documents were from dated today. So they wouldn't have known about this 3 days ago, how the judge basically said who leaked this. So that's interesting to see what they say about what they think, like how it's out. How is this out when everything's supposed to be sealed, I thought?
The state could present that as potential motive evidence.
For Florida?
Why else would somebody go into a house with, and target one bedroom potentially in the middle of the night with a girl sleeping and passed out when there turned out to be two young women in there? I mean, that could be motive evidence. Or it could be something that comes in during the penalty phase. if they get to that point, if there's a guilty verdict. So these are all things that the judge is going to have to determine whether or not they're admissible in the first place. And then the selfies on top of that.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think you nailed it when it comes to the point of motive. Motive, in my view, has always been the biggest question mark that the prosecution is going to have to answer in this case, and that we haven't really heard much about. Here or there, we've heard that, perhaps he may have driven by the house previously, that maybe he had some overlap with the girls inside of the home from the community at his college. But it wasn't really clear as to why. Why was he targeting this house? Was there anyone in particular inside of that home that was the target? And you're right. I think a lot of what we're learning may provide insight into all of that. The idea of the pornography that he was looking at, was this some sort of fixation that he had? The idea that he was looking at and had saved and had a large cache of images on his phone that were taken of other young women that happened to have a connection to the girls inside the home. But nothing that I heard in that Dateline episode that still shows a direct connection to any one of the girls inside of the home. But it was certainly much more information on that front, the issue of motive, than we've heard before now.
Yeah, it's interesting because we've repeatedly heard, and even Judge Hippler has said, the digital evidence doesn't show any connection between Kohberger and the victims. But this sounds like there's potentially a tangential connection if there are indeed photos of their friends and Instagram followers on Kohberger's phone. And so there was also mention of something we had reported a week or two ago, that the state has an expert that says that there was some anti-forensic wiping of something going on his work computer at WSU in the days before and after the homicides, which is very interesting. So if you're the prosecutor and you're sitting at home on Friday night watching Dateline, is this giving you heartburn? I mean, this is the biggest case of Bill Thompson's career. He's at the end of his career. He was supposed to be retiring. Is this giving you heartburn? I can't imagine, with a non-dissemination order in place, that he signed off on this, but maybe, who knows? We don't know how this stuff came out.
No, I think you are getting heartburn. I think you're throwing your TV dinner at the screen. You're very upset by this because, and remember too, this case had come under such scrutiny for its media attention that they moved it all the way from upstate Moscow, Idaho, down to Boise, just to try to address the issues of the amount of attention that this case was getting. This is only going to exacerbate and accelerate all of that interest. And yes, if this is not privileged, but private investigatory material that you had not released yourself, and that you have a very close-knit group of investigators and you know exactly who has access to this information, and you're making sure that that's not being disseminated, to then see perhaps that information itself, or second degree removed access to that information being put on television, I imagine they were probably very furious with it.
And the defense has to be furious as well.
Yeah, I mean, they are concerned with the public already convicting their client before a jury has been picked. That was their biggest concern when they asked for a change of venue. So the way that this Dateline episode came out, and I'm not trying to say that there was something about it that was unfair in the way that they presented the information, but the way that it all played out, it made the case for Bryan Kohberger, in my view, much more convincing. And so now you have to wonder if the people in that potential jury pool who have not, at my understanding, haven't even been sent a summons yet, if those people have seen this episode, I imagine that's going to be another difficulty during jury selection for them.
So if you're the defense, are you filing a motion today or in the next day? Because there's a pretrial conference scheduled for this week, the final pretrial conference scheduled for Thursday. Are you filing a motion about something having to do with this? I mean, this has got to come up on Thursday.
I can't imagine what that motion would be, but knowing this defense team, they are very litigious and they probably will file something. From the judge's perspective too, he's got to be very upset. I mean, I thought walked a very fine line and reasonably so in saying, I'm going to lift certain aspects of a gag order and certain things that are under seal because this is a public trial and we want some of this information released. But obviously, some of it is very closely guarded and central to the prosecution's case, and they don't want that information coming out so people don't prejudge it ahead of time. So, yeah, I am sure that there are going to be some very difficult conversations at this next conference hearing.
So let's talk a little bit about what was in there. We've got Bryan Kohberger, who's a criminology student, studying in Washington State, Googling about Ted Bundy, a prolific serial killer in the 1970s who started killing people when he was a college student in Washington State. Now, he had a professor who wrote a paper about Ted Bundy. So is this part of his studies? Was he looking to do something on Ted Bundy with part of his studies? We don't know. But it certainly doesn't look good. And then he's got this stuff. He's watching programs about Ted Bundy and he's wearing the black hoodie. And there's like that advertisement, the thumbnail for the Ted Bundy show, and Bundy in the thumbnail is wearing the black hoodie. And it almost kind of seems like, is he mimicking or trying to, idolize or?
Hey, that's what I just said. I haven't seen this video yet. Yeah. See, I'm smart. Oh, thanks. Who gifted? Hold on a second. Oh, thank you, Soul. Who won?
Replicate Ted Bundy.
Yeah, and this all goes back to your previous point about motive. Again, I think that the prosecution is really going to need to present as much of that they can to the jury, because the jury is going to be wondering why. If you're accusing this man of committing these horrific crimes, what connection does he have to the victims? And maybe it is something like he was emulating or trying to be like someone that he, even a serial killer that he may have admired. Now, the defense obviously is going to say, what are you talking about? He's a criminology student. Of course, he's going to be studying these things. Of course, he's going to be Googling someone like Ted Bundy. It's part of his studies. And don't try to tell me that just because he's in a hoodie and a selfie, that somehow that makes him a guilty man. But the prosecution is presenting this kind of case of tiny bits and a tapestry of information that hopefully convinces the jury to give them some idea as to why this man would commit this crime.
And, something that I can see now why they wanted his, phone information, Google searches suppressed. You've got him Googling about psychopathy, sociopaths. I mean, that could have been part of his studies too. But I'm sure the prosecution has a theory about that as well.
Yeah, again, what's so bizarre about this case, or there's many unique things about this case, but all of this, if it wasn't for him being a criminology student, I would say is far more powerful. If you just have a person who's in no way connected to the study of crimes, someone studying, someone Googling Ted Bundy or psychopathy, or how does a person who's a sociopath or psychopath behave normally in society. I mean, all of this is incredibly suspect stuff, unless you're given the background that person is in fact studying for their PhD in criminology. So I imagine it will be admissible. I imagine the prosecution will ask for it because it does give some insights into what he was thinking in the days leading up to these murders. But if you're the defense, I think you're, pounding your fists on the table saying this is irrelevant. It really shows nothing. All it shows is that the man happened to have been studying criminology. And that's probably the point they're going to try to drive home to the jury.
And there's this other thing about, Dateline said he's playing the Britney Spears song performed by somebody else, the Britney Spears song Criminal, where the lyrics are, he's a villain by the devil's law. He's a killer just for fun. That man's a snitch and unpredictable. He's got no conscience. He's got none. I don't even know if that comes into evidence. I mean, he's listening to a song on his phone. Is that even relevant?
Yeah, at some point, the judge, I think, is going to have to draw a line and say, listen, you can find a nefarious angle on nearly everything that might be on that phone, but that doesn't make it relevant. That doesn't make it admissible. So, if he's listening to one song in the midst of an entire playlist, probably not irrelevant. But if he's listening to one song repeatedly day after day, perhaps that does become more relevant. We don't know what the aspects are surrounding this particular song or his searches for Ted Bundy or everything else. But the judge is going to have to make he's going to have to make a call on a lot of this. But I imagine some of it will come in.
Also, does the stuff with the workmate, the office mate of his, the friend of his, the woman who lived in his apartment complex come in? That to me seems like it could be possibly aggravating evidence if this gets to a penalty phase where this woman, she actually had a crush on him. They worked together. They were friends. And then she suspected that he broke into her apartment and moved some stuff around. She asked him to install a security camera and he helped her do that. She then suspected maybe he had that on his phone. We don't know if that's true, but does that come in during the, trial phase? I'm not even sure that comes in.
The judge is always, with any piece of evidence, going to have to weigh its probative and prejudicial value. And here the prosecution is going to say, listen, this shows the type of person. This shows an MO. This shows internal desire to kind of control women, watch over women, be invasive of their privacy. But the defense is going to counter and say, "Are you kidding me? This has nothing to do with the crimes charged. This is several degrees removed." And all you're doing is putting my client's character on trial, which is not permissible. And so, again, I don't know where the judge will come out on something like this, but I imagine he might lean towards the idea that it's a little more prejudicial than it is probative.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens this week. They still have that non-dissemination order, but it seems like that thing's been thrown out the window right now. I reached out to both Ann Taylor and Bill Thompson to see if they had a comment on all of this, and they have not yet responded, and I don't think they will. Josh Ritter, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
So it should be interesting later this week at the final pretrial conference to see whether or not this Dateline episode comes up and this release of all of this new information that was certainly going to be part of the state's case at trial. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix.
On mute. Oh my God, I can't stand myself. Gosh, I hate this. I hate that I can't remember. Okay. What I was saying is I was just freaking getting done looking at, like, I was listening to this as I was looking at these amazing nature pictures that I was going to share with you. So I don't know why I'm so stupid. I exited out because I was going to try to start over. And I exited out of it. And now I should have saved the link of what it was called. I don't know what it was called. Is there any way to get back to it? If I didn't get what it was, like where it was at on Facebook. Facebook doesn't have a history, does it? Like where you can see where you've been? Does it? Like how YouTube does? Anyway, so it exited out, but this brought up, look, this is supposed to be Xana's room. If her feet are facing the doorway and it's dark, it makes sense why Dylan did not see blood, especially when she was wearing all black with black hair on a black and white rug. No matter why Bryan sat down, whether it be due to exhaustion, removing booties, Xana and Ethan both would have been in his line of sight. sitting in the chair when you visualize this is very creepy. She would have been at his feet. I always imagined him splitting fast. The sitting down jarred me. Visually is all more disturbing. No, because I do think he wore those booties. That's why he didn't track it up. So that could be he sat down to take them off. I mean, that makes sense. But they also didn't say for sure. They just said there was blood smeared on it where it appeared maybe. I don't understand why the blood smeared means somebody sat, unless if it looked like. But either way, it does make sense if he had to change. I still think he got out of his clothes sometime, whether that be in the house or outside the house, because he didn't bring any freaking blood into the car. I think he had it set up where he stripped down and where he had another layer where he's able to put it in a plastic sealed bags, whatever, and got out. But I do think also the booties thing too. So I don't know. He was out of there pretty quick. So he probably did the stripping. I don't know. That would have been outside though. I don't know what happened, but you know, if anybody could freaking commit this in the time he did it with not barely anything left, it would be somebody who knew exactly what to look for and how to do it, because we saw that paper. He knew how to make sure things weren't left. Evidence wasn't tampered with, or what is not tampered with, you know, on the other side of it, stuff they look for, and to make sure that they don't contaminate evidence. I mean, he knew. So if anybody could do it, it makes sense somebody like him could do it, because somebody murdered these people. So somebody did it without leaving footprints, except one. I know there was one, but it was only picked up with the whatever it's called. I can't even think right now. Oh my Lord. But yeah, so somebody was able to do it. I think, I mean, it would be somebody like him that knew what to look for, planned it, how to do it. But anyway, so they're saying this was her room. Let's see what they're talking about the feet. So this is the door. I never understood why they always kept saying her feet were to the door and her head was to the wall. I'm always confused why they say that, because what wall are they talking about? When I picture that, I'm picture like it had to be like she had to be diagonal, like right there. Instead, like I'm always wondered, did they just mean it was just like facing, of course, any wall? There would be any wall somewhere across from you, right? Like, are they just mean she was laying this way and then the wall way over on the other side? Or what do they mean when everybody keeps saying that? Like, I wouldn't describe it that way. If she was just laying that way, I would just say her feet were towards the door. You know what I'm saying? Unless if they mean her head was like up against like this way. But otherwise, why are they even saying that? Because there's no any wall. It would be like across the wall over here, but there would be a wall everywhere on the other side of the person. Does that make sense? I know that might sound silly, but you know, like I said, I have to visualize something, and every time they say that, I try to like picture it. I'm like, okay, if she was just like laying like across, but then I'm like, why do they keep saying the wall? So then I'm like, how is that? Is she like that would be sideways then? So the feet, it'd be like sideways, and then I'm trying to picture the room. Why would you describe the feet like that if it was side? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't get it. It's not making sense to me. Wall with the door, and it has in it as they couldn't. Wall with the door. Yeah, but I thought they said the feet were towards the door. So how could her head be towards the door too? You see what I'm saying? I get her feet were. I get that position, but then just that's all you need to say. When they say, they always end it with the head was toward the wall. Well, what wall? There's walls all around. You don't need to add that. That just makes it confusing, because the wall, like that means if you're talking about like the wall right here, right there, then that means the feet would be kind of like, it would be to the side of her, really. Unless if they just mean like this wall on the other side of her, but then therefore, why say that? Am I making sense? And then I'm like, unless if the room is so tiny that she's so tall and the room's so tiny that her head is already to the opposite wall. Am I making sense, or am I an idiot? Because I have to always picture something, and that throws me off every time I'm trying to picture like how. Do you guys see? Look, if her feet were towards the door, where's her head gonna, like, if she's laying this way and her head over here, would you say head towards the wall? Am I making sense or no? And then if she, okay, then they're saying, oh no, maybe her head was towards this wall. Then why would they? I mean, I guess her feet would. She wouldn't. That'd be hard. They'd be more like the side of her. They wouldn't describe it like that. So then I'm thinking maybe she was laying. Maybe there's a bed right here, and she was laying like this way against the wall, and then her feet right here, and she was this way. But then it's still like to say your head again towards the wall. That I don't get that. I would just say she was. I don't know. Even none of the description makes sense for that last part in my head. Well, unless the room was like super tiny. I don't know. Yeah. And it gets me every time when I hear that. I'm just like, wait, stop saying the head part. That makes no freaking sense. There's walls everywhere then, if that's what you mean. Like if her head isn't actually against the wall on either of these, which I don't think, because why are they describing the feet like that? Then just say her feet were towards the door. She was laying. I mean, but they all do it. Like every time I've heard them describe it, that's what they say. It drives me nuts. Where's the bed? I would like to see the setup because they say Ethan was on the bed. And if you watch the Dateline, I swear they insinuate he was sleeping, which makes no sense because obviously he woke up. If she runs down scared, she woke him up. So obviously he's awake. I mean, maybe he was sleeping before that. I don't know. I don't know how they would know that. Laying on a bed doesn't mean they were sleeping. I'm sorry. Unless if maybe the covers were over him or something, and that's how they figured it. But then that would be confusing because if she ran down, how didn't he wake up? But he might not. He might have just been kind of like in shock, like he's sleeping. She runs down. Bryan's right beside, following her, and he attacks her, and he's just like confused. Or maybe he goes for him first. I don't freaking know, to get the guy first. So who knows? That part is confusing. And now, like I said, we weren't sure how that happened. We always, at least a lot of us, always pictured them in the kitchen or something and running into them, or like just walking out of the room, seeing them, and then Bryan chasing. I kind of always did picture him chasing him back because I thought one of the Maddie or Kaylee was the target. They were just the collateral type thing. And I always pictured no way he went to the room to find them, because then he would have went to all the rooms. So I always pictured them running into him and then running back into the room. I did that, but not upstairs. I always thought maybe one of them was in the kitchen or leaving from the kitchen. That's how I pictured it, and saw him coming down and seeing him. And then Bryan saw that he saw him and chased him back, one of them back to the room. That's what I was picturing. But I wonder why they, like, what could be the evidence that makes them think maybe that's their narrative they're going to go with because of the knife sheaths and stuff. Maybe, oh, that would make more sense why he dropped it. Or maybe, no, I was going to say footprint. No, there wasn't any. I don't know. Like, what other evidence would make them know that? Maybe it's just, people with, when they lay out a case, sometimes they don't know exactly, and they kind of just try to fill in pieces they don't know that makes sense. I don't know. But you would think there was something, unless if it is just that sheath that he dropped. Let's think, though. What else could it possibly be that makes him think that? Because that's hard to believe, because if they have to go past Dylan's room, how didn't she hear somebody run by? Two people. I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily Xana would be screaming running down, because some people just wouldn't. I know sometimes people are like, everybody be screaming, but sometimes that's just not. It's in shock, and they just can't even let out, or you know what I'm saying, let out a scream. So I mean, they didn't scream at least much, because Dylan, I mean, she never said that. There wasn't any picked up on that audio, not like a scream. So some people were just different, and in the moment, I don't think anybody knows how they would react. You could just be so afraid you can't even do anything. You can't let out a sound. I mean, who knows? But if she ran up and then ran down, I don't know. You just think that Dylan would hear somebody going up first, but then them both coming down. But I mean, maybe not. Maybe she just heard somebody walking by the door and didn't think anything of it. But you would think she would have mentioned that. Like, I heard footsteps coming down. Unless if they didn't, well, they haven't shared her whole interview, so maybe they kept that out. Maybe they actually didn't share that purposely of her interview. Maybe she did say it. I don't know. I'm trying to think how they would know, unless if that's it. If Dylan did hear something, and that's why they think that. But they don't want to say that yet for some reason. That could be it, because how else? What else would it be? DNA, they're not gonna be like, oh, there's DNA of her. Obviously, she's been up in the room. What else? Trying to think. I can't think of any other way, unless if he stabbed her up there and her blood's up there, but I don't think that's the case. I really don't. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought. I thought she was getting the DoorDash. Maybe she went to go get her food or take it back or go get a drink, one of them, and they ran into him, and that's what it was, because I don't think I think we all agreed that he had to have seen him. It wasn't meant to be there. They just, one of them caught him somewhere, and then he felt like he had to. He didn't just go from all the rooms finding everybody, obviously. So I think they do say on that Dateline that they think Maddie was the target. I know people have said it in other areas too, but they said, yeah, Maddie was the target is what they think. It's crazy. Yeah, Marnie, I just thought of that. Yep, I do. That could be it. And like I said, they haven't released her whole interview. Little bits and pieces come out of it when they do the documents and stuff, because they're trying to say you know what I'm saying? They're trying to do other motions and they have to talk about it. But think about it, for the affidavit, they didn't even mention like anything that she said. And the only reason it's out is because the different motions that they have to talk about certain things in it to get things figured out. So that's why it's in them. But that's the only thing I can think of. I bet you that's it. She heard something. So let's see what it says. What's this? Wait, what is this? I don't even know what case this is for. Oh, it's all negative. Oh, positive cocaine. Wait, why did this looks familiar? Donor? Gina? I don't know. Wait, what? I don't even know what this is. Is this? Oh, wait, this could just be people that are posting on my Facebook. This doesn't have to be all true crime. Never mind. Let's see. Oh, there's no other. Anyway, I wish I could find those beautiful pictures. So there's not a history, huh? They were so amazing. I was like, looking through them as I was listening. I gotta try to find it. Hey, what do you bring up? I must have missed that. Dang it, I'm gonna have to go back and see that. The Karen Reed stuff. Oh, Dragonfly, that's cool. Hold on, I'm trying to see if that thing I was watching is popping up. Oh, here's the. Oh, let's see. Hold on, let's see what this is. What if it's Xana running back down, trying to wake up Ethan, yelling something? Ethan, blah, whatever. But that's the thing. Did Dylan hear it? But like I said, maybe she does talk about it. We don't know her whole interview. Maybe she does say, yeah, I heard Xana say this also, or I heard somebody screaming. I mean, we don't know the whole thing. But you would think if she was yelling really loud or saying something loud enough that this picked it up, Dylan had to have heard it. But yeah, it does sound like somebody's saying something. It sounds like a girl to me. Hold on, let me see. I'm going to have to dissect this. So I might have a pre-record if I find anything, because wait, why didn't that come up? Why does it always go to mute with Facebook? Hold on. This is only a part of it. They cut it right just at that part because you don't hear the dog barking. So they just have it right at that part. But right where somebody says something, there's a thud. Oh, that's so crazy to think about what the heck was actually happening. But hold on a second. We don't know what else this camera picked up. There might be other audio too, right? It's just a clip they shared. It doesn't mean whoever leaked this stuff shared every bit of everything they had. Like of this video, I mean. Oh. And right after that, the dog barks. Do you think it's Murphy barking then? Oh my gosh. I hate him that he did that. Or whoever. What the? Oh my God. Who did that? That's kind of funny. Oh my. You know what that is? Charles Manson, Marilyn Monroe, because Charles, Marilyn Manson. Oh my God. Wow, that's something. Who hates Murphy for barking? What? I didn't say I hated Murphy for barking. I just wonder if it's him barking, is what I'm saying. No. It probably is him. Wow, look at that. This is wind down now, guys. Wind down. Let's do wind down. I don't know. I zoomed in on that. I think it's his phone. I go watch my thing. I think it's his phone, but he also has something in this hand too. I think he has two phones, to be honest, because they both look like phones, or maybe a iPad and a phone. I don't know, but I zoomed in and it looks like a phone to me. On the other hand, it kind of looks like a phone on the other hand, but I'm not sure on the other hand. I don't know though. I could be wrong. It's this freaking video is so blurry and grainy. What is this? All right, I don't know. See if we can find. I'm trying to find that really those really pretty pictures. Oh, this is Abby and Livy stuff. Look, there's the Beach family. Who's that? Huh. Yeah, it's under the Delphi group. Huh. Wow. Trying to find it. These pictures were so freaking beautiful. Oh my gosh, were they? Look at what were you up to, Hickey? What? Just routine behavior. Hiding this video from defense. Making mysterious phone calls. Destroying phones. Nothing suspicious here. Make coverage of the trial. Okay. Whoa, that's cool. Oh my God. Monkey orchid. That is crazy. What? How does that look like that? All right. Wait. Idaho murder sent to me by a member of a group who wishes to remain anonymous. What is this? I don't understand what we're watching. Why is this a cop that pulled the kids over had black gloves on? I thought was odd. Who else could look like a fireman but a cop? Huh? I don't understand. Oh, they're saying this was 6:47 that morning? It's dark, not 12 p.m. Early morning. But what if it's what if it's the day after or the week after when they were going around looking for videos and stuff? How do we know what the date is? I'm confused. It's probably after when they're looking for Ring videos and stuff. I want to see a timestamp on this then before we start freaking out here. Where's the timestamp? I don't get it. Why is this shady? They did go there. They got the Ring video there. It's probably the day after or days after. I don't know. Unless if there's some kind of timestamp or something. I'm trying to find this, guys. Sorry. I don't know. I wish they had a history where we could see. New nickname. Webster, because he wanted. If you guys watch the Karen Reed video or trial, you know what this means. Oh, Grandpa Bear. Bob Weir. Oh, you got any deadheads here? Gosh, he's getting old. He was like the youngest one out of them, but he was like the rhythm guitarist for Grateful Dead. But and then he has Rat Dog, his band side project type thing after. And then of course We're the Dead still tours and stuff. But now that Phil Lesh is dead, the bassist, oh my lord. But what does it say? Grandpa Bear, like a regular grandpa, but cooler. He's got him in his shorts, his Daisy Duke or his cutoff shorts. Oh, monkey baby. Look at him. Oh, his hair looks so soft. He's cute. Oh, hold on. I gotta see that again. He's cute. Monkeys are so freaking old, baby. Oh, okay. What? Blacklight or something? Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, I really need. Huh? I need to find that. Huh. Ooh, that's nice. Here's the evidence we have for Kohberger's guilt so far. I'm sure there will be a lot more at trial. Does anyone who think he's not guilty have the list of evidence? See more. Oh, let's see. Kohberger's DNA is on the knife sheath, which is next to one of the murder victims. Kohberger's Amazon history shows a purchase of the K-bar knife and sheath just 8 months before the murders. Kohberger's Amazon history shows he considered purchasing another K-bar knife and sheath after the murders, probably because he knew investigators might come looking for the knife and sheath he purchased. FBI analyst says Kohberger's phone history shows he was in the area of the murders 23 times over the span of 4 months. Kohberger has no verifiable alibi for where he was during the murders. Kohberger has the same kind of car which was spotted on the King Road before the murders and after the murders. Kohberger admits he was out the night of the murders. Kohberger claims he was out stargazing on the night of the murders when it was overcast and no stars could be seen and no one can corroborate his story. Kohberger turned his phone off or airplane mode just before the murders and then back on right after the murders. Kohberger was seen meticulously cleaning his car after the murders. Kohberger was wearing rubber gloves and carefully placing garbage into his neighbor's garbage the night he was arrested. Kohberger was arrested. He asked for the officer about his education and suggested that they get a coffee at a later date. Kohberger is clearly mentally ill, and his defense admits this. He said he looks at his own family and feels nothing. He claims to have visual snow. Kohberger has internet searches including videos of Ted Bundy and sociopathic traits in college student. He psychopaths behave pro-socially in the search for pornography that include the words sleeping and drugged. That's true. I forgot about that. Like about sleeping, like that kind of stuff, basically about, I think you could get the point. I think there was even more things about that. Kohberger also sent out a Reddit survey that he was a student that asked criminals about their methods. Kohberger is the height, build, and has bushy eyebrows as described by surviving roommate. Okay. Whoa. Huh. How's he doing? I forgot about him. All right, I'm just trying to find this, but I shouldn't be doing this because, ooh, I love that. Look how awesome. I got to buy that. Where can I get that? Oh, how cool. Is that not me? Oh, my Lord. Okay, guys, I think I give up on the pretty pictures. I don't know where I was. I really don't. Ooh, let's see. I like this post right here. Oh, I'm not going to read it all. I'm getting tired, guys. I like that. I should read it though. It is interesting. So, like I said, I have nothing against either way of looking at it, but this makes sense because I just wish more people like accepted, not you guys, but I've seen a lot of hate of people that don't agree with people. I just wish everybody could just be okay. Everybody could have their own thoughts, but I like this letter. So this is an open letter to those who are still willing to think for themselves. I'll try to make it bigger because this is good. I'll end it with this because this is good. Hold on. I've been following it, and this is me. This is me. I've been looking down every conspiracy and rabbit hole I did because remember, I was really into this case, and then when I started getting like just people just coming at me about my opinion, I kind of took a step back and I was going to wait till like new stuff, trial, and then go with that. But I've been down them all too, so I could really feel this. Ready? I've been following the case of the 4 murder college students in Moscow, Idaho, with a heavy heart and open eyes. I've read the court documents. I've watched the release footage. I've listened not just to those who believe the prosecution's case, but those who believe Bryan Kohberger is innocent, and even some who think he's being framed. I believe in keeping an open mind, even when it's uncomfortable. I believe in exploring every angle, every possibility, every wrongful conviction. Every possibility, because wrongful convictions do happen. And we owe it to the truth not to look away. But here's what I've learned in doing that. A lot of what's being passed around online, especially in certain groups, YouTube channels and 4chan threads, is not just speculation, it's fabrication. I've seen the blurry, undecipherable photos and videos being shared as proof of elaborate conspiracies, claiming that frat boys were involved, that there's secret footage of bodies being moved, or that victims were killed for cartel debts. The so-called evidence, smudges, blobs, shadows, recycled gore content from unrelated incidents repackaged as bombshells. These aren't just questionable, they're deliberately misleading. And yet when these things are posted, people flood in with, "Oh my God, I see it. This proves everything. Poor Bryan is being framed." Except there's nothing there. Nothing verifiable, clear, or consistent. Just noise designated to stir emotion, not reveal truth. Why? Because some of the loudest is this me writing this? Dude, if I was a good writer, this is what I've been wanting to, this is what I've been trying to say with this case. And with sometimes there's a few other cases, but this is me. If I could have wrote this good, this is exactly what I would have wrote. Anyway, sorry. Why? Because some of the loudest voices behind these theories are not investigators. They are content creators. They are profiting off of views like outrage and chaos. That's the currency of the internet. And sadly, real people, real victims, and real justice are collateral damage in that pursuit. So if you're still in these groups and have you been swept up by the idea that everyone else is blind and only this one YouTuber sees the truth, I gently ask you, Are you seeing with your eyes or with someone else's story painted over your view? Are you being asked to think or to believe? Do you really want truth, or do you want to be a part of something sensational? I'm not here to mock anyone. I know how easy it is to want to believe in the hidden truth, but don't let that desire be against you. This isn't a movie. This is a real case with real lives lost. Let's honor them with something rare: clarity, discernment, and courage to help, or encouraged to step away from the noise. Someone still watching with clear eyes. I've been down all those rabbit holes with the DoorDash. Go watch my list. I have. I've looked into the stuff that people were saying. I swear. Now, not in the last, because I stopped, but there was a lot. There was a lot of conspiracy and a lot of stuff going on before I stopped. And I try to look into it, and I did have an open mind. I made whole videos like, well, what if, like, the DNA and the whole thing with what was it, this one theory that's, who was it that had a theory on how Bryan's DNA, his touch DNA, could have got on it, and this whole thing, and I went through it, and I was like, gosh, that makes sense, but like in the end, nothing sticks. There's nothing to, it's like not anything with substance. It ends up being nothing but just like this. I don't know how to explain it, but this guy explained it really good, or this person is it. I don't even know if it's a guy or girl. Rhonda D. Lily Patio. Yeah, it's probably a girl, it sounds like. Yeah, but I'm not, nothing against people who think he's innocent, but it's just, this is, if I could say it in words, that's how I feel about it right now too. I have tried. I've kept an open mind. I still am keeping an open mind, but I just keep going, leading back to him. Nothing else ever goes anywhere. And what I do hate so bad is these people getting, these innocent people getting harassed, blamed, tortured. I mean, they're like coming at some of these people that are potentially real victims of this, I shouldn't even say potentially, but with the way allegedly, just the way with everything is, you got to just say it a certain way, but like, and then like the family of one of the victims is getting attacked, harassed, and then the roommates, and I know it was weird how the roommates acted, but I could see, not from anything I would ever do, and it's like, gosh, that's stupid decisions, but I could see possibilities of why someone might, not me, not a norm, probably not most people would, but someone could potentially for other reasons act like they did, because I don't think they're murderers. So I think there's another explanation. And I think I've already given my explanation for it. My words are not coming out right, so we'll talk about it another time, my explanations for it, but I have talked about other explanations. Not that I'm saying that a lot of people would have done the same thing, but there's people that, everybody has their own things, and we don't know the exact situation they were in for them to have made those choices. They were bad. They were really bad choices, but it doesn't make them murderers. So, and it doesn't make them deserve to be like attacked and called murderers, because they are. I guess they're getting some crap. Like I said, I know it doesn't make sense. I've always said it's just weird how it went down, how they waited it out long, but I'm always able to try to find other explanations of why somebody that's just not like me, or that everybody's different, that a person could possibly do that, and it's not them being the murderers. You know what I'm saying? What other reasons could they have made to make those decisions? And there's other explanations, even though most of us wouldn't have acted that way, but not all of us are most of us, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? There are exceptions. And I honestly, I guess I couldn't say, being in that situation, that exact situation, I wouldn't think that, but like maybe they were drinking, maybe they were high on something, up, who knows, maybe they didn't sleep the night before. I mean, you never know what their situation was. And I'm sure a lot of different things went into why they made those decisions, and I'm sure they're regretting them. I'm sure they're like really like, what the heck? Like, oh my God. But it's just, yeah, it is weird, but I don't think it equals a murderer. Anyway, I'm not going to keep scrolling because this is my Facebook, so it's going to have all my private, not private, but like people's things that my friends, and I don't even. If I could just guarantee it would just be the true crime groups as I scroll, but I can't. Man, I wish I had that. Even for me, here's the thing, I started saving those pictures, those nature pictures. I saved like 5 or 6 of them. But then I was like, well, wait a minute. Because I was going to show you guys, but it's like, I'll just wait and just scroll them with you guys. Let's put the Facebook up and just hit over and we could go through them. And I don't need to save them all, but I guess I could show you the few I got saved, but there's so many good ones that you're going to miss out on. Yeah, these ones, I'm not even going to share these because there's so many other ones. Well, I guess I could share some of them. So this one, I was trying to figure out how did this make the shadow? I was trying to figure it out. Hold on, let's think here. Give me some ideas. How did it, oh, I didn't even, how did that happen? Because, hold on. So the sun, something is blocking the sun. Because that's the shadow of the sun ray, right? Well, I don't get it. I've never seen a shadow like that from the. It's not just from the mountain, is it? Do you think they painted the clouds? I don't know. I'm hoping as I was going through them, I was like getting mad at AI because I'm like, now I don't know if people are tricking me and these are not even nature. I mean, I know nature could create some beautiful stuff, but it's like, how do I know now? Now I'm always doubting it. Like, is this AI? Is this photoshopped? And then now we don't freaking know because how easy and quick it is to AI something. It's annoying. I hate it. But I think potentially this could be real. Let's see. I just don't know sometimes. I think at least some of the ones I was looking at was real, but I don't know. Maybe not all of them. I don't know. But what could it's the mountaintop? Yeah, so that's the mountaintop making the shadow. But why have I've been around mountains, I've never seen it do that. So that's like the shadow of the mountain. Oh, I kind of see. So the sun is so low, it's the shadow from the mountain. Wow, I've never seen that. Here's another view of it. It's awesome. How about that? This is gonna make me mad though because there's only like 4 pictures and there were so many good ones. You don't even know. You don't even know. Look at this. This is supposed to be apparition and I forget. Or like, I mean, it looks like something like an angel. Isn't that crazy? But hey, that could be AI. But the reason I don't think it's AI is because it looks like it's a few different people caught it and somehow they all got together or somehow found each other's pictures maybe. But it's all different kind of angles or from different angles, I would say, different perceptions in a way. So, I mean, that makes me feel like it's real. But Alsane or Melanie or something, is there a way to find a history on your Facebook of what I went through? Does anybody know? There has to be somewhere it has to be kept. What's his name? I'm going to email him. What's the guy's name? I can picture him with his little curly hair. What's his freaking name? Hold on. Oh my Lord, I can't think of his name. God, my memory, it's so bad. Like it's good, but it's bad because it's like I could remember like the concept or like something, but I can't. The words is I can't think of. What's his name though from Facebook? Oh, I could look it up, but I just like to let you guys tell me because I know a bunch of you guys know it, and then you could help me because I feel like sometimes you like it. Maybe it's not curly. I don't know. It's kind of, to me, I see curly hair when I think of him. Zuckerberg, yeah. Is it not curly? Why do like, it's probably, now that I'm like, wow, when I just picture him like in it, he's got curly hair, but now I'm focusing in on like more pictures of him in my mind. And it's like, does he have curly hair? I don't know. Yeah, but I wanted those pictures of on the Facebook thing though. That's the problem. Now where's my Facebook? Hold on. Did I have it up here? Ah, there it is. Hold on. Let me do this. Oh, I got a lot of stuff up. Oh. Oh. Okay. Hold on. I am bound and determined. What the heck? There is a lot of AI on Facebook, like little short videos. I feel like every time I click on a short, something crazy and it's AI. Oh, look at this. Remember this case, guys? Wow, I forgot about this case. You recognize her? I don't know. There might not be the same people following me. I know Hossein was. I think, Melanie, weren't you following me in this case? You remember it? That was crazy, dude. We followed that for, that got intense trying. Oh my Lord. What? See, I bet that's AI. What the? The AI always gets me in something crazy and I click on it because, like, what is that? And then, anyway, let's see. Seeking a bond reduction. Remember, it was like $1 million or something. Wow. Oh, well, that's okay. Anyway. All right, guys, I'm going to end it. I am going to do Wade tomorrow. I apologize. Wait a minute. I said this was going to be a quick update. Oh, this will only be like an hour or half hour. I thought it was going to be a half hour. It's 4 hours long. I don't get it. It didn't feel like 4 hours, I tell you that. So that's good, but dang it. The rewatchability of it, though, goes down the tubes when it's so long. I wonder if I should cut out a little part to do like a, because I mean, it's a pretty interesting update, but everybody else is going to cover it anyway. They already have. All right, I'm going to go. I'm a rambler. I am going to go to bed. Who's Mark? Well, Mark seems like Mark. Who did Mark be? Thank you. I keep going back to it, hoping. Nope. Pop up. What is going on? These AI videos are killing me. Mouse and police. Wait, what's this? Self-sustaining. Wait. No, I don't know if I can play that. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. Is this a joke? Wait a minute, guys. This wasn't what I was laughing at. But this is kind of funny. I was laughing at something else, but so just so if you think like that's not that funny, I was laughing at something before that. But is this real or is it a joke? I never even know. Hug Sleep Pod. Well, let me start from the beginning. Oh, that's the guy from this. This must be that's the guy from whatchamacallit. Oh my god! Once again, I can't think of the name of it, but I know what it is. Oh my Lord! My dad used to always watch it. What the heck? All right, guys, I gotta get off Facebook. Usually I don't not on Facebook. It's not my go-to. Oh, thank you for coming, Melanie. Sane. Criminal Med. Yeah, right. Yeah, it will change because it's one of those things that changes. So it probably did change. I guess I could put it on here. I always think I'm too big to, I don't know, sometimes I don't like to make myself that big. Oh no, I Google searched the image, but I wanted that site. I wanted the Facebook page where it had all of them. I don't know if it would bring up that because it was just a mixture of all of them. But yeah, I've done this image search. Maybe I'll try it later. I don't know why I don't think that would bring up the page I was on, but it might. It might, but I just don't feel like doing it right now. I'm gonna go. I really am gonna go. I just want to say bye to people. Harley, yeah, sweet Melissa Lou, good night. Marnie, good night. Criminal Med, I already said good night to you. Melanie, I already said that, but I want to read. Missing persons say that since filters are used more than not trying to find the actual person is much harder. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Wow. Harley Quinn, I wish I had the energy to read. It does take a little bit more energy because you're constantly reading. That, I don't know. That takes a little bit more for me. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's like usually like 2-3 hours of just reading. I don't think I could do it after I've been live 4.5 hours now, and then an hour, 4:15, and then about an hour for my Menendez brother. So yeah, I wish I could. I'm just Bob Ross. I love Bob Ross. That's my boy. No, he helped me. Oh my God. When I first moved home, he was my ASMR for not only visually, like I'd watch it and relax, just watching it laying in bed, the sounds of his voice and his whacking the brush or even the paint or getting the paint on there and then beat the devil out of it. He just beat the devil out of it. He cracked me up, some of the stuff he said. Oh my gosh, he was the best. I haven't watched him in a minute, but dude, I found a playlist. I don't know if it was on his channel, but it had like hours so long of just all of them. I swear I watched him every night for, I would say, a year or two. It was crazy. Crazy. Happy trees, yes. Happy mistakes. It's not a mistake. It's a wait. Oh, what gosh, it's been so long since I've watched him, so I'm trying to remember some of his little sayings that he would always say. And then even the colors. That was just like satisfying to hear, like, let's use some whatever the colors were. I forget, like magenta red or I don't even remember the color names, but they all had like a name to them. Yes, no, I get that, Melanie. I get what you were saying. Harley, no, but I said that like an hour or two ago that I wasn't going to do it tonight. Then I said, I'll just do it tomorrow. Did you hear me? Because I hope you didn't just like stick around. Because I did mention like after I was here for a little, I'm like, you know what? I'll probably just do it tomorrow. I hope you're not mad. Yeah, never mistakes, just happy accidents. I think that's what he said, right? And he always made it into something. His son ended up doing son wasn't as good. I mean, as far as I don't know, like I try to use him to ASMR and relax, but I could just he wasn't anything compared to not that he was bad, but it's just he wasn't Bob Ross, you know? Ooh, thunder. What's that Garth Brooks song? In the thunder. What is the word? Oh, I don't remember. Stop it. I could hear the psh, but I can't think of the word because you know what? That's my specialty. I can't think of words, especially after long lives. I mean, I'm bad with words anyway, but exceptionally, the longer I'm on, it gets worse and worse and worse. Oh, yeah? Tree friends for 3 Oh my god. Yes. To find their tree, I'll sing. Aw, and the lightning strikes. I used to love Garth Brooks. I never was like a huge like I like country. Like when I was in high school growing up, I used to always be like, "Oh, I like every music but country or rap." At the time, but I liked rare rap. Like I like Tupac, Eminem, just like really rare. But then when I got like in my 20s and I'm like, wow, country's pretty good. So I started liking it, but I never was like this huge country person. But like, yeah, now I think in my like mid 20s, maybe 30s, I got on this Garth Brooks, like I was camping. It was one summer and I think he had like a double live or something where I was like into it one summer. It's like, man, he's good. But it's not like I was like this huge fan. But like I had a moment with Garth where he was a big part of my life. You know, the music was for I think it was like a summer or something, a year, I don't know. But then with the rap thing, like there was just those rare rappers that I like. But then I discovered underground rap when I was in Colorado. My friend Trenton at the time introduced me to all these underground rappers that actually rapped about like important things. So then I was like appreciated rap because I never really liked rap because I felt like I couldn't relate to it. Plus, I feel like they couldn't even relate to it. I feel like a lot of the people that were rapping, they were just making up stuff. They weren't connecting because it wasn't like they weren't living it. So it was almost like they're just saying what sounds like good. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like I don't always have to relate to it, but the person has to connect with it. And I just felt like rappers just lied about things. It wasn't their real life. So I just was like, but that's why I like Tupac, because you could feel that connection. Whether I could relate to it in a personal way or not, which I could a lot with Tupac stuff, but he could. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I love. And same with Eminem. And his was a lot of it was funny too, but also there was like I feel like there was a lot of passion with Eminem. It wasn't all just like funny stuff, but or it could be funny but also meaningful. Like you could feel that he was connecting with what he was saying, and that's where it's good music. But my point is, underground rap, dude. So much good stuff where they're actually talking about important stuff I can relate to, really smart stuff, and then stuff where it's like they were connecting because it was important, like really important, like awesome lyrics and stuff. So it was like, holy crap, man. I guess rap is good if the lyrics are good, you know, like it could be like a good thing to listen to where I could get into it, you know, more. But yeah, I don't know. All right, guys. Once again, I'm gonna try again. Yes, Diddy's done. Hey, bad case of insomnia. I'm starting to begin on Win 570. Yeah, hey, keeping it moving. You know, I have this funny story about you, and you're probably not hearing this. used to always think when people were talking to them for the longest time, when they were saying keep it moving, I used to think I was taking it personally, like people were talking to me like keep it moving because like I'm rambling or getting off track. And I don't think I ever said anything. Maybe once or twice you could find, maybe I did, I can't remember, and that I misunderstood it and I thought they were like keep it moving. But I think most of the time I would just like read it and be like, oh shoot, I better stop reading. And then I realized, oh, a while after you were coming in, that it's people talking to keep it moving. That's what it was. Oh my Lord. It made me feel better though that people that these people weren't saying keep it moving. Because sometimes it was like people that I thought liked me or regulars, and I would get so like offended, like, gosh, can't I just talk a little bit? But it was just them talking to him or her. I don't know if you're Oh, what's that face though? That emoji? I never seen it. What's it doing? Is it like turning its whole head around? Like, what's the little weight? Like, what's the motion? I'm trying to. You know how like there's always coming out with new emojis. I wonder, is that a new one? Thunder rolls and lightning strikes. Yeah. Isn't it Garth Brooks? I'm hearing Garth's voice. You said Imagine Dragons? Whatever I'm thinking of, I thought it was a Garth Brooks. I'm hearing him sing it. I don't know. Who freaking knows what's the way my brain. But maybe Austin, you're thinking of a different song. Are you saying that's Thunder song? You're saying you thought it was Imagine Dragons? Is that what you're saying? Oh, shaking his head like how? Wait a minute. I know I was picturing his head going all the way around. Like he's going like a no? But no, because that wouldn't go along with this thing. Melanie, you tell us, what is what does that mean? Because I'm not up hip with the emojis. What does that mean? I mean the emoji. What is that doing? I'm just curious because I haven't never seen it. Anyway. Well, I mean, you could see I'm here. We got caught up with the Idaho. Are people really gonna get mad? I hope you're joking. I mean, I hope you're not actually like really like yelling at me or like, "Arr." No, I'm on the other live. I'm sorry. And I did one before. Sometimes there's an update. There was a new update I saw. So I was like, you know what? Wait, that's not an update. It's just reading the messages. I wanted to do this update first. I did push off to 10:30. And we just we were watching videos and I don't know. I never got it. Didn't make it. So yeah, I should have just took it off. Sorry. I should have. I kept hoping like, well, maybe I'll make it, but yeah, I can't. I'm tired. But we'll do it tomorrow. I was going to do it tomorrow because there's no rush on that stuff because it's not like a new update. Sometimes it's true crime. Like you want to you want to get the update as soon as possible. Because with me, if I wait, I just don't end up doing it then. Because I'm like, oh, now it's a day old. Everybody saw it. Everybody does it. I'll wait to the next one. So that I saw that and I'm like, I'm going to get this real quick. So yeah. All right. Yeah, let me take that off. I just kept it on because I kept hoping I would make it, but yeah, it's late and I am tired. Let me change it. I'll change it to, I was thinking, should I do it tomorrow on the day or afternoon or maybe not so late? Definitely not 10:30, but wonder if I should try to do it like 6 or something. Let's see. I hate to put a time because then what if something happens and I have to change it and people are really it's hard to like predict what my day's going to be like tomorrow because sometimes you just don't know, especially with my grandma. I'll put 6. I almost think I might want to do a day one, but maybe I should wait till the weekend to do a day one. I'll just put like 6, 30, 6, 6 maybe. I don't know. Okay. Alrighty, I changed it. Yeah, come back tomorrow, Sutton. We will do it tomorrow. Oh, there's people over there. But wait, how don't they know I'm here? I always think like if somebody's live, they would see that. Huh. Yeah, they didn't stop in. I would hope they would stop. I'm glad you stopped in, but I hope the other people would have stopped in before if they were over there to 145. Huh. I just don't know how it shows up. See, usually with me, if I'm subscribed to somebody, when it's live, that one's usually the one that's right, like is right there. Usually every time you go to your home screen, usually somebody you're subscribed to your live like usually pops up every time like live. So I wonder, hopefully they saw that I was live and they're not like, hey, what's going on? Because they could have came over and asked, I would have told them. I said it a few times already, like the last couple hours. I'm going to do it tomorrow probably. Because reading, I don't know. It's just too late. All right, guys, this was fun. You did the shaking head again. Wait, tell me what it is. Did you answer? Oh, yeah. Well, it's not a rule, but oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna look that up. I've never seen it. Is it on your phone? Have you noticed that sometimes the phone ones are different than the Why am I having a blank on how to get to my emojis on my phone? Oh, here we go. Let's see. I want to see if it's on the phone because it might not, just because it's. Oh, it is, but it looks a little bit. You know how they always look different, especially, and then Android looks different than. Yeah, they have it on there. But. Hold on. On there, I think it's that. Just on the phone, though, it has 2 lines here, but then it has a line here, which shows more of a back and forth motion. I feel like just one line going one might feel like the whole head turns around like The Exorcist. But I feel like when they show 2, it's more of like, shaking. But I think it is probably shaking. But is it a shaking nose line? I don't get what it means. I'm going to have to do a little research on these emojis. And what they're used, but I think people use different ones for different things. Like sometimes people will use one and it means something else than what other people use it for. Oh my God, look at that one. It's like, what is that supposed to be like? I don't know. That's a new one I never seen. There's a couple of new ones. Oh, what's the dotted face supposed to be? Look, do you know what would be a good video sometime is asking people their like certain emojis and what they use them for. There's probably so many variety. So just a real quick question, you know the one that has, and this is new, I think for me, I don't know. It's got like a dotted line as a head, and there's really no thing. It's just blank, and then just a dot for the eye, dot for the 2 eyes, and just a line like this for the face. But it's like transparent. There's nothing else but a dotted line to make the outline at the head. What the heck is that supposed to mean? Like, does that supposed to like refer to something that like typically there's probably a reasoning behind like, oh, this would be this, even though sometimes people use it for kind of their own reasons. But what the heck would that be? You feel invisible or something, maybe? I don't know. Like I'm invisible. I don't know. Maybe. But see, that one's very much up to interpretation, I bet. I won't look it up. I'll let you know what, because we look it up and that's just what they're supposed to mean. It doesn't mean what we add to it. So I'm not even gonna look it up. Okay, Melanie, you're sweet and sassy girl. Isn't that crazy? Because I would use it as a I would probably use it since I see it on my phone more close. I would use it as like, oh Lord, like, oh, not again type thing. The only thing that throws it off is the eyes, though, for it meaning that. So I probably would just not use it because I'm confused what other people would think it meant. The eyes make me think it doesn't mean the not again type thing. But because the eyes is like these cute little, and then the little smile. So there, I don't know. That's that's a tricky one. I could see because that one you could give to anybody and everybody's gonna wonder, like, wait, what is she meaning by that? Is she mad? Is she keep people on their toes, Melanie? Very smart. Very smart. Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe like yeah, like I don't that's true. Because the eyes throw off what I would think it meant. In the face, the eyes and the mouth. So yeah, it's very tricky. It's like they're contradict each other in a way. Okay. Hey, Nicole. Yeah, we are on wind down. If anybody's coming in late, we are done with Kohberger and just winding down a little bit. What is that? Half a face? What? Yeah, what's that? Let's do a half a face, a part of your head's missing. Is that really an emoji? I feel like it is. Or what's that supposed to mean? Hold on, let me see if I have it on. Yeah, I have half faces on mine. What are they? I don't. Has like a motion like you're doing it. I don't know. I think they're doing it on purpose now to make us be like. There's a half one that goes like that. What? I mean, why half? And then what's the one that has like smoke in front of him and like I'm high? I think it block either clouds or bubbles or smoke as like and you could just see his eyes. What? They could do better by us some of these like, but I guess that's the point. Just kind of everybody. The dotted head. Does anybody know? Oh, I'm sorry, Rebecca. Yeah, rewind it though. It's interesting about the Dateline. I'm interested to see what happens and who leaked it and if we will even know who leaked it. I don't know if they'll tell us. They think the prosecution or law enforcement, but what's going to happen? I mean, it doesn't sound like, there's nothing really they could do. They're trying to figure out like, what can they do to fix it, but they can't. I can't see it's on my phone. The reason I'm not putting it in chat is because it's on my text phone. I don't think it's on the live chat phone. Let me see actually. Why didn't I have the live chat up? I just had a text. But if I do the live chat, I could show you what I'm talking about. Hold on, let me see. If the dotted head. Are you asking because you haven't seen the dotted head, or are you asking because you don't know what it is? I was saying you see it, right? Or no? I don't know what it is. I'm really confused. Like I said, maybe it's like I'm invisible. Like one of those things. What am I, invisible? Like a pity. All right, here. Let me see. See what they have on this. Yes, criminal med. Thank you. That one. What is that supposed to mean? That's exactly. Let me see. Are you on Android or iPhone? Let me see. Does it show up different when I put it in? No, it's the same. What about, hold on. Now I can't get back to the, oh, there it is. What about this one? This one's a new one. What do you think that's supposed to really depict? Somebody that's tired, kind of? Well, no, I don't know. Concerned, bulgy eyes. I don't know. I wish they had more now to go through now that we're going through it. Like this, half salute, half salute. I don't know. Half face salute. Why? Why didn't they just have the whole thing? They just got lazy. And this one, I was saying, or everybody, what is that? Is that a cloud in front of the face or smoke? Are they trying to be like, hey, we're high, but that's no, or smoke? What? I don't get it. I'm taking a bubble bath. I don't know. I can't tell if they're bubbles or smoke or clouds. My head's in the clouds. Head in the clouds, maybe. But they could have made better clouds than that because it's like I'm not even sure those are clouds. It's got to be head in the clouds. But why do you need that? I don't know. All right, I gotta go, guys. Bye. I am leaving. I'm tired. Bye, everybody. Oh, it looks like a square head in there. Why does it on? Oh, that's on StreamYard. Not on the YouTube, but on my StreamYard, it looks like a square head, doesn't it? Look, that's how my StreamYard depicts it. Wait, I want to see if you're seeing it on stream. Hold on, let me see what you guys see on YouTube when I have it on. Hold on. Nope. I think it's showing up different again, I was saying. Where I see it different on my StreamYard than what you guys are freaking seeing. Even when I put it up on the screen, mine looks like a square. What the heck? Let me see what my other ones look like to me. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. This is going to be a whole, I just opened a whole another, hold on. Oh no, you guys are seeing it right. Wait a minute. Is that not the half head or not? Yeah. In chat, it's a half head, but when I put it up there, it's not. Right? Yeah, but wait, but look what it really is. In chat, guys. Am I like, did I say, look. Are you guys not seeing or am I like losing it? Am I too tired? Look. Isn't that what it is? Why? On YouTube, it's on StreamYard, it shows up as, so that means the square cloud though. I'm confused. Why is it doing that? Let's see what else. No, I'm saying, you guys not following? I know it's a salute, but at least on my YouTube and my text message, it's the head is cut in half. But on YouTube, it's the whole head. Are you not seeing this? I'm saying because everybody keeps correcting me saying it's a salute. I know it's a salute, but it's a half head salute. Oh. Wait, what? What is going on? I want to see what the other things. I got to see. So right now, this looks like square head. The bubbles or clouds, it's a square, okay? But in my emojis, it's round. I know, I wish you guys could understand what I'm saying here. This is weird. I can't even tell what on YouTube it looks like because it's so light. It's blocking it out. Hold on, let me see what else. I want to see what. but it's not a half a head. You guys aren't. When I look on my YouTube side, though, it's showing up that you guys, when I pull it up in YouTube on the screen, it's showing that it's still a full head on YouTube screen too. That's what's freaking me out, because when I say it to you guys, nobody's understanding that, but you guys are seeing when I pull it up. When I pulled it up on the screen, it was a full head, right? Or not? Hold on, let me pull it up again. Okay. What are you guys seeing up on the screen first? Let's start there. Are you seeing a full head or a half head up on the YouTube screen? Okay. And then look in the chat. It's a full head on both? I was saying, don't you have an iPhone? Because somebody said it was an iPhone thing. It's not. So what do you see? Because you have a freaking iPhone. Thank you. And on text messages, it's a freaking half head. So I was saying, you don't have an iPhone? I thought you always had an iPhone. That's why I was confused. That's why I was going by you, because I thought he has an iPhone. So what is he seeing? But that's where it's at. You don't have an iPhone, do you? Oh, then that freaking makes sense. So it's an iPhone, Android, but so, oh, so iPhones see it as a half head. Androids and Google and stuff, they put it up as a whole head. What the heck? Why did freaking iPhone take off half the head? So I was saying, all the Android people, when I brought that up the first time, saying, I don't get this, it's a half head, you guys were probably so confused. Somebody's like, it's a salute, it's a salute. I guess, like, I get it's a salute, but it's a half head. What else do you guys, so you guys might be seeing things different, and if I'm not making sense on things I'm describing, you're like, what is she talking about? It's probably, that's probably the thing. What you guys probably have an Android. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, I want to put up something else though. I want to see how you guys see all this stuff. You androids, you. Hold on, let me put up the where's that one? Hold on. I can't freaking find it now. Why is that a square? What did I do on that 154? Androids are seen as square. What was it really? Hold on, I gotta see. What? Square? What are you guys? What is that? I can't find what I put. How do I find the time? That's not that, is it? Hold on, I gotta see something. Let me put this up again and see what this shows up as. Okay. That's a square. Then, oh. I see a square, and it's supposed to be that one where it looks like it's a newer one. I said, "Oh, look, he looks tired." I said, somebody maybe, what is this supposed to portray? Somebody that's tired?" And I'm like thinking, no, because they have the ZZ tired ones. I was thinking, oh, maybe somebody with bulgy eyes, droopy eyes. But why, if the StreamYard shows what Androids see, why am I seeing a square for StreamYard? This is weird. I see a freaking square. Wait a minute. On YouTube, though, when I have it up, it's a droopy eye. It's the right one. Look, I want to take a picture of what I'm seeing on StreamYard. It's like, remember I was saying the name thing or something? Wait, I didn't hit the wrong thing. Didn't I have like a wrong setting when I had that name thing? Where it was... What was it doing? It was how do you word that? Word it for me. I can't think how to word that. Where it was describing the name, or it was like, I don't even know how to put it into words. Okay, this is, dang it. I wish I didn't. I have to send it to my email. I hate that I can't just show you the picture. I'm being lazy because I'm tired. Okay. It's probably going to be one of those things, one of those days where it's really rare, but there's some rare days where I try to send me an email and it doesn't come, and I do it a million times. It won't come. It won't come. Oh, it came. It's not one of those rare days, but I hate those days. And then like sometimes I never end up getting them, or sometimes like the next day I get a bunch. They all come. Okay, so let me show you where it's, droopy eyes, what it shows up on StreamYard for some reason. Not on my phone. It's the droopy eye. Look. It's the square. Isn't that weird? Wait. Oh. Why is that not up? I have my screen shared. Oh, I don't get it, guys. I mean, sometimes it takes on the Android and sometimes it takes on the, I don't know what the squares. It's probably because it's a new emoji. StreamYard hasn't got it yet, maybe. Hasn't been able to, what's it called? Like read it or something. I don't know. All right, I'm really gonna go, guys. This time I found what, Harley? I really do gotta go. I should go. It's 2. I gotta get to bed. All right, guys. Bye. I'm really hitting end though, so I hope you guys are okay with that. Okay. Bye.